glad it has too.
I need a second. This is nice.
That's a nice thing.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene in open session at 6:56. I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 5A, roll call members of the administrative cabinet. Dr. Vegas?
Yes, present. Thank you. We have Dora Soto Delgado, Dean Cochran,
Present.
Gisela Castañón,
Present.
Jasmine Chavez Diaz,
Present.
Chacanda Padilla.
Present.
Thank you. And going to move on to item B, Pledge of Allegiance.
And so we do have our early learning group is going to be leading us in the pledge. So, Ms. Natalia, thank you for being here.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Villegas, Cabinet, and Arancho Unified School District families, friends, and community. Thank you for inviting us to be here this evening. My name is Natalia Lara Gonzalez, and I am the Director of Early Learning. The Arancho Unified School District Early Learning Program has a lengthy, distinguished history of nurturing and educating the district's youngest students starting at 2.5 years of age. If you walked into one of our classrooms, you'd see teachers introducing letters and letter sounds using our benchmark buddies, math and science taught through fun, hands-on, engaging experiences, and STEM challenges. Our preschools are a part-day, 3-hour program currently housed at all elementary sites. Early learning encompasses ages 0 to 8, and I'd like to also acknowledge our other early ed programs offered within the district. We offer transitional kindergarten, TK, at all elementary sites and have SPED preschools and TK combo classes. All of our amazing preschool and TK teachers and staff excel in delivering high quality, joyful learning experiences that are developmentally appropriate, recognizing each child's unique strengths while nurturing their overall cognitive, social, and emotional development. Through their dedicated efforts, they are laying a strong foundation for lifelong learning. There is also a dual language immersion program option for both TK and Gen Ed preschool, and we are currently enrolling for the next school year for all programs. Please visit our classrooms during open house, which will take place tomorrow and Thursday. We'd love to share the amazing learning that is taking place. Today, we have 2 small but mighty representatives of the early learning program from McGee Preschool, along with their teacher, Ms. Patricia Cortez, also known as Ms. Patty, who I add was voted Teacher of the Year by her colleagues last year. Also, many of the student athletes and scholars soon to be recognized here today were first part of our program as well. It is my honor to introduce Kylie Flores, who will soon be promoting to kinder, and CJ Lopez, who will be promoting to TK. They will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Thank you.
Please stand.
Put your right hand over your heart.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. We'll see them.
Please see it.
Good job.
Thank you.
Can we have the students come on up for a picture and a presentation of the certificate? And Miss Patty, thank you so much for everything. If you could have them come around this side, we'll go ahead and take. Oh, we can put them. Yeah, we'll put them up on stage. Go ahead.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3.
All right. Okay, so then we have moving on to item number 6, adoption of the agenda changes.
Thank you so much. We do have a couple of amendments we'd want to make and a couple of revisions as well. So I'll start with the amendments. So I'm in the agenda to add 2 student discipline matters pursuant governing code section 54954 point 2 B. Staff is recommending amending the agenda to add 2 matters to the agenda as follows. So in 7A, we want to include student number 3-2024-2025 approval of students expulsion. And in 7B, we want to add student number 4-2024-2025 approval of student expulsion. Pursuant to government code section 54954.2B2, these are subsequent needs items related to student discipline matters, and that information came to the district's attention after the agenda was published and posted, and there is no need for the board to take immediate action due to the need. There is need for the board to take immediate action due to the need to meet and comply with statutory timelines and deadlines. We also have a couple of revisions.
Yes, we also like to amend item 18D2, change the 2021-2022 District Audit Board of Education approved date to May 2nd, 2023. And amend item 19A.1 to adopt resolution 35-2024-2025 to recognize April as Autism Acceptance Month from Autism Awareness Month.
So at this time, it's appropriate to make a motion to add these items to the agenda.
Actually, thank you. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
So motion by LaFarga and second by Saavedra. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Moving on to, oops. Moving on to a report of actions taken in closed session.
So thank you for that. We convened in closed session with closed session discussion commencing at 4:39 p.m. The following were present: President John Contreras, Vice President Hector Lafarga, Clerk Christine Saavedra, and members Esther Mejia Perez, myself, Legal Counsel Norma Copado, CBO Rodriguez Padilla, and Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Matthews, were present at the beginning. The following members of the Administrative Cabinet were also present, Ms. Sol Delgado, Ms. Rodriguez Padilla, and Mr. Matthews. As to item one, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. No reportable final action is taken. As to item B, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. No reportable final actions were taken. Ms. Soto Delgado exited closed session at 4:53 p.m. As to item C, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. Members of the board were provided with a briefing and update, and no reportable final action was taken. At 5:17, the remainder of members of cabinet joined closed session, including Mr. Cochran, Ms. Diaz, Ms. Castañon, and Ms. Soto Delgado rejoining closed session. As to item D, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. Direction was provided to staff. Item. Members of the Board of Education were provided with a briefing and update by staff. No reportable final action was taken. Item F through H were not discussed, and closed session discussion concluded at 6:40 p.m. As to item F, members of, okay, that's it. Okay, that is all.
So at this point, we move forward to item 7A. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so for item 7A, we have a student expulsion for student 3-2024-2025. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee LaFarga and second by trustee Perez. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Motion moves. Moving on to item 7B, student expulsion of student number 4-2024-2025. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mejia, second by Perez. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 8, student reports. We have ASB president from Rancho High School, Amila Zuno.
Good evening, Arancho Unified School District Cabinet, board members, and notable guests. My name is Camila Zeno, and I'm glad to be in attendance with you all once again as Arancho High School's Associated Student Body President. We began the month by promoting the sale of prom tickets and yearbooks. Prom nominations were on April 7th and 8th in the activities office during lunch. On Friday, April 11th, we had our senior movie night in the quad. We played Aladdin, the live-action movie, and we're glad to see our seniors having a good time. Prom nominees have begun campaigning and voting will happen this week, Thursday, April 17th, and Friday, April 18th. Tomorrow, April 17th, is boys volleyball and tennis senior nights. Volleyball is playing against Santa Fe, and tennis will play against Whittier. Both games will be at home. On Friday, April 18th, we will also have our Powder Puff informational meeting in the main gym during lunch for juniors and seniors. On April 21st, we will celebrate the opening of our fields and sports facilities at 5 p.m. April 21st is also the beginning of Dawn Games Spirit Week. Our Dawn Games rally will be next week on April 25th at 7 p.m. in the main gym. Blue team is seniors and freshmen, and their theme is Aladdin. Gray team is juniors and sophomores, and their theme is Batman. We will end the week with prom on Saturday, April 26th at the Diamond Bar Center in the city of Diamond Bar. Thank you for having me, and I hope you all have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you so much for the update. Moving on to item 8B, ASB spokesperson from Salazar High School, Deborah Zuniga.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, District Administration, teachers, district staff, and community members. Hope you all are doing well. I would like to share some few things that are happening at Salazar. I hope everyone had a great spring break. It is good to be back and start the last stretch of the school year. Salazar students got the opportunity to visit Cal Poly Pomona with prep program on March 22nd in order to get an idea for the school's programs and offerings. On April 1st, we began our fourth quarter of the academic year. Students showed up for their new classes and are looking forward to preparing for graduation. On April 9th, we held our third quarter assembly. We recognized those students for their accomplishments and academic achievements in the classroom. It was a nice time for parents and staff to celebrate the students. For the Salazar students and their families, our prep program will be hosting two thrilling events. There will be a paint night with prep on Wednesday, April 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. Everyone will have access to the materials they will need to be able to enjoy the night of painting. There will be an acai night at prep on Wednesday, April 30th with the help of prep's fresh ingredients. Everyone will be able to create their own acai bowl. A group of students from prep program will be visiting Manhattan Beach and the aquarium on May 3rd. Students will have the opportunity to enjoy a beach day while learning about the environment. The CASP and CAS tests will be administered to Salazar students in April and May in order to assess their performance in important academic subjects. We wish our students well on their exam. As you can see, we have a lot of things happening around Salazar. Thank you so much and enjoy your evening.
Thank you and good luck with everything. Moving on to item 9, awards and recognitions with item A, recognition of Rancho High School academic decathlon team.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And the recognitions and awards is really our favorite part of the board meetings often. And so today we really have some very special people to honor here, our students. And so this is a really big deal. Our academic decathlon team has consistently been a very powerful force in the region, in the county for some time. But really this time they really have done themselves and not only qualifying for state once again, but this time being actually the champions of Division II. And so, let's give them a big round of applause. So that is a truly amazing. And, they really are a testament of the hard work that happens, and it's not an easy task. I mean, this is a year-round endeavor and commitment. They start almost immediately after this is over. I think they might even have practice tonight. I think, but uh, not so sure about that one. But it's a year-round type of thing. The team is selected soon after these days, and then they start practicing in the summertime, and then breaks and weekends, and they work really hard to continue with that tradition. So without any further ado, I'd like to just kind of turn this over to the coaches to come on up. Coaches, if you want to come, Mr. Melga, Mr. Francis, please come up. Big round of applause for our coaches. Don't they look sharp?
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Good evening, board and district personnel. It's an honor for Mr. Melger and I to stand up here and represent these amazing individuals here that we have on our team. And we are so proud of the performance that they did this year, both at county and state. They rose to high expectations. They put in a lot of late nights, weekends. I got heads shaking over there. We ask a lot of these students, and they always rise to the level of our expectations. And it pays off because we compete with the best schools around, compete with the best schools in the state. Number 11th in the state, number 1 in Division II, and it's just an amazing accomplishment. So we're so proud of them. And just to give you some more information on what it takes to be on academic decathlon, you're right. We've already started prepping for next year already. When summer school starts, the kids were meeting 3 days a week for about 2.5 hours every day. They would come in during holidays, during Christmas break. They would work holidays, Saturdays. They were here from about 8 to 11. We would meet on Zoom meetings. So it takes a lot of work. So we are really proud of them. We always say we give them the work, but they have to put in the time and effort. So I'm really happy that the community gets to recognize them. And what we'd like to do is, we already gave them the certificates because we were really excited, but we'll call them one by one so they come and stand in the front here. Is that what we like to do? Or just do they raise, go up to the stage? Perfect. Okay, when we call your name, please come up and up to the stage. We have James. James, please come up. We have Jaden. Please come up. We have Sophia. Please come up. Matthew. Diego. Natalie. Savannah. Renee. Keep going. Yeah. Rose. Not even a broken foot could keep her off the team, so we appreciate that, Rose. Elizabeth. Shirley. Jacob. Leonidas. Alexander. Crystal. And one person that you probably all know, her name's Maya. She we had a hard time convincing her, so we made her a coach. So Maya this year worked all year long helping our students with prepare for speech and interview. So Maya. Now I'm an alumni from Rancho High School, class of 95. I'm a resident of Pico Rivera, and I'm a teacher that I've been here for more than 25 years. But I don't do that for bragging, but I always think that we should brag about our students. And what I want to do is take some time and acknowledge some of the graduating seniors. First of all, the following is the list of schools that our seniors got accepted to in no particular order. We got Cal Poly Pomona, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Cal State Long Beach, Cal State Fullerton, Cal State San Jose, San Diego State, UCLA, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, UC Santa Cruz, UC Davis, UC Riverside, go Riverside, UC Irvine, UC Merced, USC, UC Berkeley, Notre Dame, MIT, Whittier College. Now, I would like to recognize the seniors and where they told me that they've committed to. Shirley, please come forward. Shirley has been on the team. You could just stand forward. Yeah, we don't want you stand forward. There you go. Shirley has been on academic decathlon for 3 years, and she had to decide, really tough choice, between UC Berkeley, UCLA, or USC. She will be going to UCLA in the fall. We have James. James, step forward. James is got accepted to God knows how many schools. He is going to go to MIT on a full scholarship. Diego, please step forward. That James has been on the team for 2 years. Diego has been on the team for 2 years, and Diego will be going to UC Berkeley in the fall. Natalie this is her first year. Natalie will be going to UC San Diego in the fall. Elizabeth has been on the team for 2 years, and she will be going to UCI on a full scholarship. We have Sophia. Sophia, this is her first year, but we've been trying to get her on the team for 3 years, and Mr. Francis finally convinced her to join academic decathlon. She will be going to UC Santa Cruz. Our student coach, Maya, she will be going to Notre Dame on a full scholarship. Now, this is a testament of what our community can do. This is something that from McGee, where the kids came up, which they were so awesome, to El Rancho High School. This is what our product of our community is. So thank you very much, parents. Thank you very much, board. Thank you for your support. Thank you for always saying yes to us. We couldn't do it without your support. When we traveled to state, we got to meet a lot of coaches and we were shocked at how many of them did not support their program. So we would like to thank you for your constant support, and we appreciate everything you do for us. So thank you very much.
Can we have you join us, please, for the picture? And then parents, if you can get ready, if you wish to, after we take our picture, and you wish to take another picture with them, you guys can get ready. That way we can move along with the meeting as well. You're more than welcome to. It's up to you.
Thank you.
As they do go down, I want to give and I'm Maya, hopefully you can do this and step up to the microphone just to give a couple of kind words to about the coaches that you guys had, if you can, please. You told me to go out. So see if you can just stand there. They're going to have a couple of words for you there.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Maya Elias, and I've been on the DCAF team for the past 3 years. And this year, I was fortunate enough to be in the student coach position. So as I've seen my teammates grow, and their efforts put it into finally be rewarded, I also have been with my coaches for the past 3 years. Mr. Melgar for 4 as my math teacher, and I just had to say, without them, it would be so much harder for us because they connect to you and they connect to us. They are the middle ground. And so for every success that we have, it is as much as it is for them. And so thank you, Mr. Muggar, and thank you, Mr. Francis. And I know even though as we leave and as we grow, you're going to stay here with the team and you're going to keep on doing what you're going to do. And so I thank you on behalf of our team, on behalf of Arancho, and on behalf of the community. So thank you.
Very well said, Maya. Thank you so much. I'm going to give the board the opportunity if they have any words to say. I'm going to go ahead and start over here on my left.
The first off to the students, amazing. Thank you. I'm also an Arancho alum, and it just makes me so proud to know where you're going, to know what you're doing. Thank you. I know multitasking is hard, right? You had a million other things, just AP classes, or if you're in sports, or if you're in band, plus academic decathlon, you did that. And so please, wherever you go, remember, anything gets hard, remember what you did here. And thank you. Thank you to the parents for prioritizing that. I'm sure it was a lot of work. And last, to Mr. Malgar and Mr. Francis. I had Mr. Francis as a Cal teacher, so I know that he sets very, very high expectations, but he's a huge, huge support, the biggest cheerleader. And Mr. Malgar, just a testament of grew up in the community, coming back to the community and setting higher expectations. So thank you for all of you. We're so, so proud. And just one quick note. I ran into some people that said, oh, Arancho, and they're like, oh, you guys have a really strong academic decathlon team. So that reputation, that's what we're being known for. So thank you for putting us on the map. Thank you.
Trustee Saavedra?
I'm really quick to go up there and say Blue Pride. I didn't come to Rancho, but I've been in Pico Rivera for like 30 years. And just seeing you guys, all these kids, everything that you do just lights up not just me, but the whole community. Know that wherever you go, however far you make it, or however close you stay, we're 100% behind you guys. And if you're not a senior, I hope to see you here. I'm looking at Savannah's parents. And if you're not a senior, I hope to see you again here next year. And congratulations to your team for all your hard work.
Trustee Mejia?
You look so sharp in your blazers. You all look amazing. And just as you walk through with all the clanking of the medals, you make us so proud. You exceed expectations, and we're just so proud of you. And congratulations to the parents as well. All the support that you've given your students, Mr. Melgar, Mr. Francis. Just can't thank you enough for everything that you do for our students and how you help them exceed expectations. So congratulations again. Thank you.
Trustee LaFarga?
When I was listening to Mr. Malgar speak, I was like, I mean, what else could you say, right? Because you just brought it home, Mr. Malgar. This is about building community, building excellence in our school, and you guys are leaving with making history. This is a historical moment for the school in terms of achieving first place in a division. So you should be very proud. That's your legacy. That's your legacy at El Rancho. And we can only imagine with all the schools that you guys are going to go to and leave your own legacy and build your own future. You guys are destined for great things. And it's done because of community, the community of your parents, your teachers, Mr. Margar, Mr. Francis, who are super dedicated to your success academically. So in terms of the parents, they can't do it without you. So muchas gracias a los padres por apoyar a sus hijos. En este momento están dejando un legado muy especial aquí en El Rancho. Y es historia, es un momento histórico. So congratulations to the El Rancho community. Thank you.
Can't say more than what was already said, but it's a special thank you, as always, every year to Mr. Melgar, to Mr. Francis, to all the students. You guys make El Rancho, you make Pico Rivera proud. You put us on the map for the right reasons, right? We always hear, oh, Pico Rivera this, Pico Rivera that. You guys are a very good positive, and we want to thank you for that, each and every one of you. The schools you're going to, it's amazing what you guys are doing. Notre Dame, MIT, I believe it's the second year we have someone going to MIT. I believe we had someone else going last year. If not, it was Caltech, and then we had MIT for the year prior. So it's just amazing. Now, one thing I do ask is that you do come back and give back to those that gave to you. Big thank you to the parents that helped. You guys are a result, or they're a result of you guys, right? Getting them up early morning, dropping them off early morning, picking them up late at night, taking them to where they need to be. So a big thank you to the parents as well. So Maya, I didn't think you could do anything else, but coach, amazing. Great job. I'm proud of you. Congratulations. Okay. Moving on to item number 9, awards and recognitions. We're going to item B. I'm sorry, item B. Recognition of Rancho High School student athletes and athletic teams from the winter 2024-2025.
Awesome. And and one thing about our school and our community is we don't only have very smart, competitive in terms of academics, but we have fantastic athletic teams. And no change of that is this winter season. So we have our scholar athletes who are going to be recognized today, and Dr. Gorinaga is going to come up and tell us a little bit about the program and introduce the students. So a round of applause to our athletic director, Dr. Gorinaga.
Good evening, board and district cabinet. parents, teachers, thank you for having us, for having myself here this night. I'd be remiss without congratulating the academic decathlon team one more time. I was a former decathlete myself, so just amazing what you guys have been able to do. And it is really inspiring to me, and I know to all the adults, just seeing how successful you are already and how successful you're going to be in the future. So just so exciting. Switching gears to our sports, in terms of resiliency and kind of dealing with the world and everything that's happening. In our own local world, we've been dealing with this construction project the last 2 years. And it wasn't just football in the fall who's been affected by this, but a lot of our field sports in the winter have also, quote unquote, been without a home these last 2 years in terms of practice and games. But here we are, and they've been able to persevere and not only accomplish accolades on the field, but also in the classroom. So thank you for having us this night. What we're going to start doing is we're going to call the scholar athletes for our winter sports. They're going to come up together as a team, and they'll take their pictures. And after that, we'll recognize the winter athletes who also had athletic accolades as well. So we'll start off by introducing our first winter sport, boys basketball, coached by Coach Ryan Porter. Right, come in, guys. Just go up front. So these were our scholar athletes for boys basketball. Boys, you guys can hang out at the stage. Thank you. Go ahead, coach. And then were we able to take their pictures with them? Yeah. And just to remind people, these were athletes who were above a 3.0 during their season. Boys basketball had a few more boys. They're not here tonight. But these guys are representing their squad tonight. Parents, if you want to come take their picture, go ahead. Don't be shy. Thank you, guys. Up next, we're going to have our boys soccer team, our scholar athletes from our boys soccer team. Go ahead and come up, boys. We're going to take your picture. They're coached by an alumni, Roberto Hernandez. Parents, if you'd like to come take their picture. On a side note, our boys soccer team were able to win the Del Rio League this year. So they were our first sport this season to claim the Del Rio League title. All right. All right, up next, we're going to introduce our scholar athletes from our cheer team. Let's give it up for cheer. Boys. They're coached by Coach Melissa Lescano. She's not here, but we do have our on-staff advisor, Miss Janae Martinez. We're going to have a separate night to recognize our cheer team as well, but they are actually our back-to-back CIF champions this year. They were able to repeat as CIF champs. And also they are back-to-back nationals champs as well. Up next, we have our girls basketball team. These are our scholar athletes from our girls basketball team. Go ahead, ladies. Go ahead and come up. Let's give them a round of applause. Parents, if you would like to come take their pictures, please go ahead and do that. Following them, we have our girls soccer team. These are our scholar athletes that were 3.0 or above during the winter season. Let's give it up for girls soccer. Girls soccer was able to come second in the Del Rio League this winter, and they also made it to the third round of the D2 playoffs. Squeeze in there, ladies. All right, let's give it up for our girls soccer team, our scholar athletes from our girls soccer team. So many scholars on that team. Up next, I'd like to introduce our scholar athletes from our girls water polo team. Let's give it up for them. They're coached by Coach Abigail Martinez and Coach Marissa Lopez. Let's give it up for them. And then last but not least, let's give it up for our scholar athletes from boys and girls wrestling. They're coached by Coach Ty Win. All right. Thank you guys. Let's give it up for our wrestling team one more time. And then one more round, just that other person. So that recognizes not all of them were here, but there was at least representatives from each team. These were all our scholar athletes. So these were our student athletes who had higher than a 3.0. They were playing late into the winter night and then going home and doing their homework, showing up the next day at school. So taking care of business. So thank you, parents, for supporting them in that, and board and district, thank you for recognizing their efforts. And before we close, I do want to call up our athletes who also had athletic distinction during the winter season. So these are athletes who either received first team honors in the Del Rio League or all CIF honors in the case of sports that didn't compete in the Del Rio League. So if you are one of our first teamers, please make your way up. We'd like to recognize you all together. Thank you, guys. And these are our top athletes from the sports, all the sports that we just recognized tonight. Congrats, guys and girls.
I want to say congratulations to all the student athletes, everybody that was up here. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication and a lot of consistency, which is really hard. And for all the parents that were up here, seeing your faces, I wish I would have taken a picture. Your faces while you were taking the picture, you're beaming with pride, and man, it gets me. So congratulations to everybody, everybody that came out. You guys are awesome, and go Dons.
Trustee Perez.
Thank you. No, thank you for being here. It's a school night, so thank you for staying late. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting us on the map. I actually yesterday had a conversation with my husband who's like, "Oh, our guys soccer team is really good." I'm like, "Actually, our guys and our girls soccer team are really good." And he was like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, like we're coming. Get ready." And so thank you for all the sports. Thank you for putting us again on the map. Thank you for creating that legacy for our rancho, and just thank you for the parents, the coaches, and all the staff involved. You did great. Thank you.
Trustee Mejia.
So humor me, okay? Blue pride on three, blue pride on me. 1, 2, 3.
Blue
Pride. Congratulations on your great seasons, and just continue to do what you're doing and continue to make us proud. Thank you.
Trustee LaFarga.
Just congratulations, scholar athletes, impressive, the dedication, commitment. You guys are showing it. It makes us proud. It makes the city proud. It makes everybody proud of your achievements, and just super happy for your accomplishments. Just on a personal level, my daughter is part of the soccer team. She couldn't make it today, but she was one of the scholar athletes. So congratulations, Vianney.
I want to say it was a joy to attend. I try to attend a lot of athletic events. Myself being an athlete from El Rancho, graduate from El Rancho, obviously. I take pride, especially in the student athletes, including the decathletes, right? Including the decathletes. I take pride. Last year, I was able to attend a lot of the academic decathlon events. This year, my schedule is a little bit heavier, so I wasn't able to. But congratulations again. Soccer for going far as well. I was able to make some basketball games. Obviously, cheer. Very proud of their accomplishment, making two-time CIF champions, two-time national, two-time state, just two-time everything, right? Just awesome. I'm very proud. Obviously, my daughter being on the team. But now, as you guys came in, some of you guys that came in through the backside, right? You see what we have out there ready. And I'm so excited. I think it was already stated. You guys did this without having a home field to play on, basically, right? So now that we have these fields that are getting prepped, they're getting ready, hopefully, fingers crossed, within the next couple of weeks, to get played on, so that we can practice and end this season with a bang. There's still a couple of teams that are playing in their leagues. And all of next year, obviously, right? I can't wait to see what it brings. I really can't. So I'm very proud of all you guys, and all of this while holding up a very high GPA. So I'm very proud of you. I know coaches, you guys require this. I tell I still coach baseball and at a little league level, and I tell every student or every athlete, just showing up to school, you should be getting at least a 2.0 average. So you need to go above and beyond that. And sports does that for you. You get the discipline, you get the teamwork, you get the motivation to want to do better. And that's why I love pushing sports so much, because I know, and it's been proven, if you're successful in sports, you're going to be successful in life, because sports offers a lot of the difficulties that life is going to offer you. So I'm proud of each and every one of you and the accomplishments that you've done. So give it up one more time for each and every one of you. So with that being said, we're going to go on to, yeah. So I'm gonna do a 5-minute recess to allow you guys, if you want to take pictures up here, you're more than welcome to, and whether it be just with families, all the people that were recognized right now. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute recess, and then we'll continue with the meeting. We're gonna go ahead and get started, please. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to item number 10, public comments, items on the agenda, blue comment cards.
We don't have any blue comment cards today.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, public comments, items not on the agenda.
We do. We have several there. We'd like to start with Sylvia Mendoza.
Good evening to the El Rancho Unified School District stakeholders. As mentioned, I am Sylvia Mendoza, lead speech pathologist and 1991 Hall of Fame recipient. At that time, I promised that I would return to work and mentor students. In 2000, I returned and I'm still here because of the collegiality of the department and my commitment to the community. I am going to address the impasse we are facing in regard to recognition and compensation for our national board certification. On June 6, 2024, HR sent out correspondence which indicated that those speech and language pathologists who have national board certification would be eligible for compensation. I would like to make 4 points about the SLPs and national board certification. To begin, number one, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics projects that up to 55% of the SLP positions will go unfilled. This year is our first year since 2013 that we have been fully staffed, and 12 of our 15 SLPs have their national board certification. We provide services to 10.2% of the students in the district, ranging from early intervention to the adult transition program. ERUSD is second to none, and our speech department reflects that commitment to students. And Action 1.1 in the LCAP states that commitment to recruiting highly qualified staff is important, and that the special education department has done. In our profession, it is recommended that our national certification be initiated right after graduation and maintained through our career. Not every speech pathologist seeks and achieves this level. In essence, it is the mark of excellence and commitment to quality in the profession. Point number two, SLPs with national board certification are the only ones who can supervise students and clinical fellows. Currently, we have memorandums of understanding with Redlands, Loma Linda, Northridge, Cerritos, Chapman, PCC, Fullerton, Northridge, Long Beach, and USC. These affiliations have assisted in the district's recruitment and retention efforts. This addresses the LCAP goal of engaging educational partners. Number three, when engaged in due process hearings, attorneys often ask if the treating SLP has their national board certification, thus ensuring the mark of excellence. And number four, through our Medi-Cal billing, our assistants have been able to bill up to $36,000. And I personally, through my years here since 2008, have billed more than $36,000. In September of 2024, 12 speech and language pathologists, soon to be 13 because of our ability to provide supervision, were told that they needed to have what was called board certified specialist designation. That is not part of the national board certification. It is a matter of semantics, and we are masters of semantics. Our governing body indicates your certification is more than equivalent to the teacher national certification. So in conclusion, is it ethical and fair to deny students the best in the field where there are needs? Is it ethical to deny the compensation that was stipulated in the 624 memo? Thank you all for your understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Next, we have Christy Diaz.
Hello. I am a nationally certified speech language pathologist. This year, I will have completed my 30th year with the district. I currently treat preschool students with intensive speech and language needs at Meller. I also worked as the speech language pathologist at South Ranchito for over 15 years, and prior to that, Maysland and Durfee. Actually began to work in this district my first years in college as a college tutor. The beginning of my history with El Rancho Unified School District doesn't begin here, though. I was actually a student at Durfee Elementary and North Park. So why am I still here? During graduate school and upon graduation, I realized that as a nationally certified speech language pathologist, I could almost assess and treat wherever I wanted. I remained with the district after graduation, but I had been told by many professors, friends, and colleagues to keep my options open. As years passed, I developed meaningful relationships with families, with teachers, and my students. I began to learn about the real beauty of this city, no longer as just an alumni, but now as a therapist and as an adult. Still more years continued, and I became an adjunct professor at Cal State Fullerton in the evenings after working a full day at South Ranchito. And you know what? Being at South Ranchito, being here, was more fulfilling than teaching those college students in Fullerton. So in truth, I know where else I can be practicing. I know that with my qualifications as a nationally certified speech language pathologist, so many other districts would be happy to have me work for them. But there is no other place. There's no other district I would rather work in. I leave late almost every day. I sacrifice time with my own family to be here, to help here. It's because of the students, the hardworking families, and the strength of this community that I choose to be here. I respectfully ask that you evaluate awarding the professional recognition that we've earned through this national certification. Thank you.
Ursula Denley.
Good evening, board members. I'm here today to respectfully urge the district to honor the agreement to provide the stipend promised to speech pathologists who hold the national certification from the American Speech, Language, and Hearing Association, known as the ASHA CCC SLP. The national certification is not just a title. It's a nationally recognized mark of excellence. It reflects rigorous graduate education, supervised clinical training, a passing score on a national exam, and a commitment to lifelong learning through ongoing professional development. These are not just boxes we check. They are the foundation of the exceptional care and education we provide to our students daily. The California Department of Education has confirmed that the ASHA CCC SLP is recognized as the national certification for speech pathologists. This is official recognition from the state that this certification reflects the national standard of clinical competence and excellence. When our district promised a stipend for this achievement, it sent a message that our expertise is valued, that our commitment to maintaining the highest standards of care matters, that we are seen as professionals on par with other professionals and specialists who are recognized for advanced certifications. Not following through on this promise doesn't just break trust. It diminishes the work we do and the value we bring to our schools and students. Speech pathologists are often the quiet backbone of student support services. We work with students who cannot speak, who struggle to understand language, who have cognitive, communication disorders, voice disorders, fluency issues, and so much more. We help them find their voice, their confidence, their access to learning. This is not supplemental work. It is foundational. We are not asking for favors. We are asking for fairness, for what was stated in writing, for what has already been honored for our colleagues in other disciplines. This stipend is the symbol of the professionalism and dedication that certification represents. It is a recognition of the national certification that we have worked hard to earn and maintain. When our district chose not to follow through on the recognition, it sent a painful message that our sacrifices, our training, our services don't matter. And that message just doesn't hurt us. It discourages new clinicians from staying. It undermines morale and it impacts student care. I ask you to honor the promise, reaffirm the district's commitment to integrity, to excellence, and to every speech pathologist who has chosen to bring their best to your schools. Thank you.
Jacqueline Castillo.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and esteemed board members. My name is Jacqueline Castillo, and I'm a nationally board certified speech language pathologist. This evening, I respectfully ask Dr. Villegas and the board to support the equitable inclusion of speech language pathologists in receiving the national board stipend. Though this is my first year serving as an SLP in the district, I proudly return after 7 years in various roles within the district. I chose to come back because I believe deeply in serving the community that helped raise me. Ms. Delgado was my first grade teacher. I wanted to make a meaningful difference for our students. Speech language pathologists provide critical, life-changing support to students across our district. The services we offer help students communicate effectively, access curriculum, and reach their fullest potential. Our work is complex, specialized, and essential to student success. Last year, ERFT and ERUSD reached an agreement to offer the national board stipend to school psychologists, nurses, and SLPs. However, while our colleagues are receiving this recognition, SLPs have not, because the district and ERFT have not come to terms on what qualifies as national board certification for SLPs. I want to emphasize this. The American Speech Language Hearing Association Certificate of Clinical Competency is our nationally recognized board certification, widely accepted as the gold standard in our field. In fact, the California Teachers Association in its publication highlights and celebrates the CCC SLP as a form of national certification that meets the same level of rigor and excellence as national board certification for teachers. We undergo years of graduate level training, pass national board exams, and maintain clinical excellence through ongoing professional development. Our certification is not only equivalent, it is the gold standard in our field. We ask the district to demonstrate that it values equity, professionalism, and the vital contributions of all its specialists by honoring the original agreement to include the SLPs in the national board stipend. This is an opportunity to send a clear message that speech language pathologists are respected and supported here in El Rancho Unified School District. Thank you for your time, your service to our community, and your thoughtful consideration.
Jackie Lewis.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Jacqueline Lewis, and I am a speech language pathologist proudly serving in our district for 5 years. I want to take a moment to highlight how national board certification for SLPs, in addition to state licensure, can make a real and lasting impact on our school, our students, and our community. Because I hold both my license and national board certification through ASHA, I was qualified to voluntarily supervise a speech language pathology assistant, or a SLPA student, over the past year. I saw potential in this SLPA student and knew she had a genuine interest in eventually working within our district. With my board certification, I was able to provide her with the supervision required by most SLPA training programs. I'm happy to share that effort paid off, that SLPA is now fully qualified. She was able to step into a position as an employee in our district, filling a vacancy that had previously been difficult to fill. She's not only competent and well-trained, but she's also someone who understands and is invested in our community. Without my national board certification, I wouldn't have been able to support her training, and we might still be struggling to fill that vacancy. This experience is a powerful example of how national board certification doesn't just benefit clinicians, it strengthens our workforce and helps us grow our own talent right here at ERUSD. I truly hope the district recognizes and supports the value that the national board certification brings, not only in maintaining high standards, but in creating new pathways for recruitment, mentorship, and retention in our district. Thank you for your time and continued support of our students and the professionals who serve them.
Thank you.
Alyssa Quintero.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas, President Contreras, Mr. Lafarga, Ms. Savadera, Ms. Mejia, and Ms. Perez. My name is Alyssa Quintero, and I am a licensed and certified speech language pathologist. I'm proud to be in my first year serving the students of ERUSD, and even prouder to say I've chosen to stay because of the incredible support I've received from both the speech team and the special education department. Tonight, I respectfully ask for your support in ensuring that the speech language pathologists are included in the National Board stipend. As you know, last year, ERFT and ERUSD reached an agreement to extend the stipend to nurses, psychologists, and SLPs. However, to date, the district and ERFT have not come to an agreement on the eligibility requirements for the SLPs. This has left our profession in an uncertain and inequitable position. I want to be clear, speech language pathologists already hold a nationally recognized credential, the Certificate of Clinical Competence in Speech Language Pathology. This certification is rigorous, requires a master's degree, extensive clinical expertise, experience, and ongoing continuing education. It is the gold standard in our field and is equivalent in stature to the national board certifications held by our colleagues in nursing, psychology, and in teaching. The students of ERUSD have benefited deeply from the services we provide, from early intervention and communication disorders to critical support in language development and social communication. Our work directly impacts students' academic success, emotional well-being, and ability to thrive in the classroom. This is an opportunity for the district to demonstrate its commitment to equity, to honor its agreements, and to recognize the highly specialized expertise that SLPs bring to the table. Thank you for your time, your service to our community, and your consideration.
Veronica Galbraith.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Veronica Galbraith, and I am a nationally board certified SLP in the district. This is my 5th year. When I applied to El Rancho 5 years ago during the pandemic in 2020, the thing that drew me the most to this district was its strong community of SLPs. When I graduated, as mentioned before, I really wanted to get that nationally board certification. And so I had to look for a school or a district that could support me in that effort and be able to provide that mentorship that I would need during my clinical fellowship year. And here at El Rancho Unified, I was able to get that support and that mentorship from one of our SLPs. And due to that hard work and dedication, I am also now nationally board certified. Last spring, when the district and the union had their negotiations, they brought up that stipend for school psychologists, SLPs, and district nurses. And if you see on our poster, we did get a memo on June 6, 2024, to the union president from the interim director of human resources, stating from the American Federation of Teachers that teachers that had the National Board Professional Teaching Standards and speech and language therapists certified by the American Speech Language Hearing Association, that these certifications achieved through these organizations are determined to be highly competent by their professional association and should be recognized and rewarded and compensated in the same way for their ability to demonstrate competence at the mastery level of practice. The memo also stated we should submit our certification to the human resources, which we did. But come October, none of the SLPs received that stipend, whereas the school psychologists and district nurses who had submitted it did. We were confused, and we were mostly confused that we weren't sure what was happening. We weren't communicated with. The director did meet with us, and while there was some confusion or some instances of the semantics, the bottom line came down to numbers. There were too many SLPs who had nationally board certification. Too many SLPs in the district had met those rigorous standards, had met that golden standard, and were then being excluded from receiving the stipend. So I please would love to encourage the board and the district to look into this matter and consider aligning the stipends more fairly across all certified staff. SLPs play a vital role in helping students access their education, just as our other professionals do. And I know resources are a careful balance, but integrity and fairness go a long way in showing that our efforts and our student needs are equally valued. Thank you for your time and for your.
Thank you.
Online, we have Malia Firth. Support.
Do we have somebody else that's here? They're both on Zoom. Maybe we can come back to them. Oh, okay.
Good,
Oh,
good evening,
can you
Dr.
please
Villegas.
unmute yourself if you can hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
It's very echoey, actually.
Is it better now?
No, not really.
Can I proceed to talk?
Are you watching the meeting? Maybe that's impacting it.
Let me see.
Give us a moment. Let's see if we can fix this.
Okay, did that help?
Are you able to call in?
Yes, I am. Can you called again?
Yes, it maybe there's someone's phone number that you have, and maybe we can use that as a. Hold on one second, Jenny. Do you want her to call in a certain number? Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. So next, then we have Lilia Estrella.
Hold on.
I got her on phone. We got her on phone. Okay. Try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Villegas and esteemed members of the ERUSD School Board. My name is Malia Korth, and I'm a speech language pathologist at one of our elementary schools. I'm here tonight to ask for your support in granting SLPs eligibility for the National Board Stipend. I've worked in ERUSD for the past 5 years, and I've chosen to remain in this district because of the supportive and collaborative relationships I've built with the teachers, special education team, and administration at my stay. This sense of community and shared mission is what keeps me here. However, each of these 5 years has brought a recurring challenge. Our district has struggled to recruit and retain SLPs. Despite significant efforts, open positions often remain unfilled, and we are often forced to rely on costly contract-based services, which are not only expensive, but also difficult to secure consistently. From personal experience, I recently went on maternity leave, and the district was unable to find coverage for my caseload despite 5 months of trying to recruit or contract an SLP. This is not just a local issue. According to a recent ASHA survey, 62% of SLPs reported more job openings than job seekers in schools, and that trend will only continue. The demand for SLPs is projected to grow faster than the average for all occupations over the next 6 years. Why the demand? The reasons are clear. An increase in early intervention laws and child fine mandates leading to a rise in diagnosis requiring speech and language services, higher survival rates for premature infants and trauma patients who often require SLP services, and growing awareness of the importance of early diagnosis and intervention. SLPs are essential to helping the district meet these legal and educational responsibilities. In light of this rising demand, recruitment and retention of qualified SLPs must be a priority. Last year, ERFT and ERUSD reached an agreement to include SLPs along with nurses and psychologists in eligibility for the National Board stipend. However, to date, SLPs have not received this support. The disagreement centers around whether the certificate of clinical competence in speech language pathology is equivalent to the National Board certification held by other professionals. It is. ERFT has provided the district with ample documentation supporting this equivalency. I ask the district to take this opportunity to recognize the qualifications, contributions, and value of its SLPs. Including us in the National Board stipend is not only fair, it's necessary for retention, recruitment, and equity. Thank you for your time and commitment to our students and staff.
Also on Zoom, we have Kamla Knock. Will you unmute yourself? Okay, McLaughlin, you begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Villegas and El Rancho School Board members. I'm Kamala Knock, and I'm a licensed and nationally board certified speech and language pathologist. This evening, I ask for your support for our speech language pathology team in receiving the National Board stipend. I have worked in El Rancho for 11 years and have chosen to remain in this district because I have a deep connection to this community. I grew up in Pico Rivera, and it's important for me to give back to a place that, shaped who I am. As a speech and language pathologist, I feel honored to support our students with special needs, helping them find their voice, thrive, and continue to work in this district because I believe in the potential of our students and want to be part of the team that uplifts and empowers them. This work is personal to me, and I'm committed to making a meaningful difference right here in my home community. Over the years, I've seen firsthand how the students of our district truly need and have significantly benefited from the services provided by speech and language pathologists. And last year, similar to what my colleagues have said, ERUFT and El Rancho came together to offer the National Board stipend to nurses, psychologists, and SLPs. However, there still is no agreement on the eligibility requirements for SLPs to receive this stipend. ERUFT has provided the district with evidence that a certificate of clinical competence in speech language pathology is equivalent in rigor and professionalism to the National Board certifications held by those teachers, nurses, and psychologists. So we're simply asking the district to acknowledge that equivalency, and in doing so, to show that it values all of its employees equitably. It's not just about compensation, it's about recognition. It's about supporting the professionals who are deeply invested in this community and who play a critical role in helping our students succeed. I just want to thank all of you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lily Estrella.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and ERUSD School Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Lilia Estrella, and I have proudly served in El Rancho Unified School District for 15 years. I've chosen to remain here not just because of my profession, but also because of the meaningful long-term relationships I've built with students in this community, the parents, and my colleagues. This community means a great deal to me, and I care deeply about the quality of education and support our students receive. This is why I am committed to ensuring that the district remains compliant in providing mandated speech and language evaluations and services. Our students have a legal right to these supports under IDEA and FAPE, and our responsibility is to uphold those standards with integrity, consistency, and care. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that just last school year, half of the caseload at Rancho High School went without a full-time SLP. Why wasn't that position filled? It wasn't due to the lack of need. If anything, the need for SLPs and their services has never been greater. More nationally, certified SLPs are urgently needed to meet the growing demands in our schools. According to national data, the expected demand is growing. SLPs between the years of between now and 2030, it's going to increase from 15 to 55%. This isn't just a prediction, it's a trend we are already experiencing firsthand in our district. So I ask, what can you do to attract and retain nationally certified SLPs in El Rancho Unified? How will you ensure that the district fulfills its legal and ethical responsibility to students with speech and language needs? How will you support the agreement between ERFT and ERUSD? I would like to share that last year, ERFT and ERUSD agreed to provide the national board stipend, as you've all heard. However, despite this agreement, ERFT and the district have not been able to reach an agreement on the eligibility requirements, despite all the evidence we brought forth today. The SLPs who support our students' voices deserve to be recognized and supported, including through the acknowledgement of national board certification, which is the Certificate of Clinical Competence granted by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. This is the gold standard in our profession, and it reflects our commitment to the highest level of clinical excellence. We are here today not asking for special consideration. We are asking for equitable recognition of our national board certification, our contributions, and our commitment to the students of the district. This evening, I asked Dr. Villegas to support speech language pathologists in receiving the national board stipend. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Paulina Vega.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and ERUSD school members. I am Paulina Vega. I've been in this district for 24 years. I'm a bilingual special ed teacher. I'm also the vice president of our ERFT. I would like, first of all, to invite all the board members and everybody here to our beautiful open house that we're going to have at Valencia on Thursday. Come and see a beautiful art that our students have been doing since January. We'll be preparing. Also, this evening, I'm addressing the district refusal to agree to invoice ERFT at step 1, column 1. I have worked, as I said before, in this district for 24 years. I have chosen to stay in this district because of the sense of community. I have seen some of you, some of your students come through my classroom, and it's always been a beauty. And I actually saw some of the students in right now who are seniors. So it's been it's a sense of community that you don't feel, you don't see everywhere. The reasons ERUSD should agree to reimburse ERFT at step 1, column 1. ERFT has continually worked with the district, and members have sacrificed financially to keep it solvent. Over the past year and a half, ERFT has been compelled to take more legal action than usual to protect its members due to the district delay response to serious issues. The urgency to this matter cannot be overstated. Teachers hired to replace the ERFT president on release time are paid much lower salaries. Since ERFT membership dues cover the president's salary, ERUSD saves money. This evening, we ask the district to consider approving ERUSD invoicing ERFT at step 1, column 1. And we ask the district that the district agree with the union's proposal as negotiations continue on May 7th, 2025. Thank you very much.
Sean Cunningham.
Good evening. My name is Sean Cunningham. I'm here representing the El Rancho Federation of Teachers. I'm here to speak to you a little about negotiations. For more years than I can remember, teachers and district employees have shouldered the financial burden for the district when severe deficits have come up. We've also shouldered the financial burden when mistakes have been made by the district due to the high turnover rate of district level administrators over the last 15 years. These mistakes cost money. More specifically, they cost our union money, and we're forced to work with our lawyers more to resolve these mistakes. Like most things these days, these costs keep going up and up. Most recently, ERFT has had to take the lead with protecting our teachers from harassment from parents. Litigation costs a lot of money. Once again, teachers have shouldered the financial burden. Why hasn't the district taken the lead with protecting its employees? As legal costs have gone up, we've been forced to raise our union dues to cover these unexpected costs. That brings me to our current negotiations. This time we're asking the district for a little help. We're asking to add an item to our CBA where the Federation reimburses the district for the cost of one full-time educator based on column 1, step 1 of the certificated schedule for our Federation president. This costs the district very little, but it will ensure that our local stays financially stable, allowing us to continue protecting our members, which ultimately benefits all of our schools and our community we serve. During our latest negotiation in regards to the above mentioned item, we were met with what we felt like was an insulting offer that would essentially bankrupt our local. What we are asking for is fair and reasonable. Please remember who has saved this district time and time again with our sacrifices over the years, and who will most likely be asked to shoulder the burden again in the future. And when we do this, we do it without a problem because it's for the kids. The other item we're negotiating is giving our wonderful SLPs the same criteria to be eligible for the National Board Certification Stipend. They work extremely hard and deserve this. As the governing board of this district, we encourage you to think long and hard about the items we're currently negotiating. These items won't break the district's budget, but will ensure that teachers are given the protections we deserve and our SLPs get the compensation they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Elizabeth Vasquez.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and ERUSD School
board members. I'm Elizabeth Vasquez, and I am the recording secretary for ERFT's executive board at Rancho High School. This evening, I'm addressing the district's refusal to agree to invoicing ERFT at step 1, column 1. I've worked in the district for 18 years and have chosen to because this is the community where I grew up. I also attended school here. But most importantly, I just want to give back to my community. There are many reasons why ERUSD should agree to reimburse ERFT at step 1, column 1. Here's my story. Back in 2011, I was laid off from ERUSD after earning tenure because ERUSD didn't have enough money to pay myself and several other ERFT members during this time. One could blame the 2008 recession. However, due to overspending, ERUSD was already in the hole financially before the recession hit. All of us who remember this dire time sacrificed with furlough days, while others, like myself, lost our jobs. Why? ERUSD kept overspending and didn't act according to its budget, ignoring the problem until it was too late. Fortunately for me, I was recalled on month 37 out of 39 and have been at El Rancho High School ever since 2014. Other former colleagues of ours were not so fortunate. ERFT has continually worked with the district, and members have sacrificed financially to keep it solvent. I'm sharing my story to illustrate an example where the district has hurt teachers, and sadly, this has become common practice. Once again, ERFT members have sacrificed to save the district. This time, our financial savings is in jeopardy because we have had to take continuous legal action to protect its members due to the district's delayed response in serious issues. Again, we found the district ignoring the problem until it was too late. The urgency for this matter cannot be overstated. Once again, we catch ERUSD ignoring the problem to protect its employees, while passing the buck to ERFT again. We're not asking for much, so do the right thing this evening. We ask the district to consider approving invoicing of ERFT at step 1, column 1, and we ask that the district agree with the union's proposal as negotiations continue on May 7th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oscar Robledo.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and school members. My name is Oscar Robledo, and I am an ERFT member at Rivera Middle School. I've been in the district for 20 years, 17 at RMS, and I've chosen to stay here because of the respect I have for this community and the respect that that community has shown me. And I want you to please keep that word respect in mind as I give you the details of why I'm up here speaking. You've heard my colleagues speak about step 1, column 1. And as I was sitting back there, I was saying, you know, I'm not going to repeat it. They've heard it. But I am going to repeat it. I'm hoping that maybe some of that discomfort that we're feeling over this issue, you feel as well. ERFT has continually worked with the district, and members have sacrificed financially. And that story was incredibly powerful. And we've made certain to keep the district solvent. That was our way of showing respect to ERUSD. Over the past year and a half, ERFT has been compelled to make more legal action, meaning financial action, than usual to protect its members due to the district's delayed response to those serious issues that continue to plague us. The urgency of this matter, again, cannot be overstated. That is respect for ERUSD. Those teachers that are hired to replace our ERFT president on release time are paid much lower salaries. And since ERFT's membership dues cover the president's salary, ERUSD saves money because of what ERFT has done in this matter. Again, more respect from ERFT to ERUSD. This evening, we ask the district to consider approving ERUSD invoicing ERFT at step 1, column 1. We also ask that district agree with the union's proposal as negotiations will continue again on May 7th, 2025. And please, I urge you, show ERFT the respect it deserves, as we have shown ERUSD all along. Thank you.
Christina Padilla.
Good evening. My name is Emily Waldron. I've been teaching here at El Rancho for 7 years. I've been on the ERFT bargaining team for the last 2 years. I'm here tonight not only to support our very well-spoken SLPs, but also to address the district's refusal to invoice our ERFT representative at step 1, column 1. ERFT has been forced to tackle serious legal issues that the district did not handle on its own, and all the while defending the district and defending the superintendent. And instead of supporting ERFT in return, the district offered just a fraction of what we were asking for. Having been on the bargaining team, I can attest to the fact that this union is responsible. We've never asked anything from the district that we didn't believe was both fair and financially responsible. We actually time and time again have helped keep the district financially solvent. I hope the district will reevaluate their stance on this and come to an agreement on ERFT's proposal at our next bargaining session. Thank you.
Just for the record, that was Emily Waldron, and next is Christina Padilla.
Good evening. Over the years, ERFT has been a reliable supporter of the district's fiscal solvency. We are disappointed that the district is unwilling to reciprocate this support by agreeing to invoice ERFT at step 1, column 1. I can only assume that the superintendent is unaware of how often ERFT has stepped up, so I will provide a few examples. In 2002, the county informed the district that it was $11 million in debt. Therefore, when the economy crashed in 2008, not only did the district need to cut teachers' jobs to balance its budget, but it also needed ERFT to support 5 years of furlough days, amounting to a 16% pay cut for teachers, a pay cut ERFT has never recouped. In 2012, district leadership hired the project management firm Delterra, the same company that has faced scrutiny in Whittier, Santa Ana, Alum Rock, Montebello, and more. ERFT worked for months to raise red flags, get the local press involved, and contact the LA County DA about violations of the Brown Act. ERFT's efforts led to the school board canceling Delterra's contract, saving the district from losing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. In 2013, the district was informed that ERHS was deficient in instructional minutes. Although district leadership approved and signed off on the instructional minutes, teachers had to take the responsibility for the penalty and increase their workday. ERFT agreed to extend the school day over a 2-year period to avoid a financial penalty. Without ERFT support, our district could have met the same fate as Chino Valley in 2010, which was assessed a $7.5 million penalty. In 2018, ERFT began a 2-year venture when it raised awareness of the improper use of $200 million in bond funds. This venture was a significant undertaking that required the collaboration of various stakeholders, including Tony Hernandez, CSEA, Sam Jennis, ARASA, and community members, including board members. Together, we educated employees, community members, the media, and local politicians about the suspect handling of bond funds. And if you think I'm exaggerating, read the FICMAT extraordinary audit, which validates our concerns. By 2020, the questionable handling of the bond funds led to ERFT's commitment to recalling board members. ERFT's members contributed to funding the recall effort and dedicated countless hours walking the city to pass out flyers, post signs, and gather over 9,000 signatures. The successful recall is why we now have a board that makes decisions based on the best interest of students, not personal agendas. This change in governance is why this district can host the unveiling of the new athletic venues next Monday. It is a testament to the positive impact of ERFT's actions over these many years. The superintendent often refers to the 3 unions as our union partners. Partnerships are built on reciprocity.
Lydia, please wrap up.
The counter proposal ERFT received in the last bargaining session was not an example of this reciprocity, but rather an insult to the principle of fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
And next we have Cecilia Islas.
Good evening. Before I start, I can't believe it's been a year already from the last athlete scholarship award when Dr. Villegas rescinded our daughter's invitation to receive that award, even though she had a 3.9 GPA and was a scholar athlete. It's been a year. I've been doing this for over a year. Anyway, at the last board meeting, Chair Coach Melissa Lescano gave a public comment. She claimed that she's being harassed by my family and I. She informed you all that she was afraid for her safety. Let it be known that that very same day when I arrived to the meeting, Coach Lescano stared at me and mumbled something to me. Her behavior that day, along with the one at the hospital, clearly shows that she isn't afraid. Yet she has school police escort her to her car at the end of the meeting. She's a joke, and this is part of her plan to look like the victim that she's not. I've shared the video of the incident at the hospital with all board members, human resources, and the superintendent. And you can clearly see that she's the one antagonizing me. She wouldn't be quiet. Her sister is obviously uncomfortable during the situation, and she just kept going like the narcissistic person that she is. At one point of the video, she makes a joke about stepdads. This woman, who is supposedly so scared of me, had the audacity to tell me and try to offend me and criticize our family dynamic. She continuously repeated that my husband was not Mia's father. I kept saying over and over, he's not even her dad. He's her stepdad, as if that was an insult. I just want you to see the type of person that she is. Someone who thinks that a man who steps up as a father when a child has lost their own father isn't worthy of that title is a despicable human being. This is the adult who's supposed to be a role model to the students. But we know that she wanted to take a jab at our daughter, who thankfully has us as her parents and brushed that comment off her shoulder. I will make the video available to the community so they can see what this coach thinks about families who don't have the family dynamic that she seems fit. Maybe someday she will be able to make her husband a father, but I can guarantee that her husband will never be half the dad that my husband is. I want you to see the type of person she is. I want to remind the board and the superintendent that this is happening because of you all. You all allowed for her to cause damage to one of the athletes at your high school. At our very first meeting, after I filed my complaint, I asked where she was, and she was not at the meeting. I thought it was important that she was there so that we could collaboratively talk about what could be done for all parties involved. When we had our mediation meeting, our request was that she be there at the meeting. Mediation day came, and she was not there. When I followed up with the mediator, he apologized and said he was sorry and didn't believe he could be helpful to our situation. I can guarantee that this was because Coach Lescano declined to meet with us. And now a year later, she stops by at a meeting asking for help. It's really comical. I've been coming to these meetings for over a year. I know exactly what my First Amendment rights are, She might not like it, but tough. I don't like her either. I will forever let anyone who will listen to me know what a horrible person Coach Liscano is, and that includes our community, district employees, CIF, and CA organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fernando Islas.
You guys are probably wondering why my face is swollen and why I have a cast on my nose. It's none of your business, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I had a rhinoplasty surgery yesterday. Let me say that again. I had a rhinoplasty surgery yesterday, and here I am today, front and center to continue to hold you guys accountable for what was once negligence on our children that has now turned into intentional harm. Yes, that's right, Pico Rivera. This district is now causing intentional harm to our kids. A day before my child was to have a showcase event at their school, Superintendent Villegas, along with Assistant Superintendent Mr. Matthews, sent the school police to my home to serve me a civility letter, banning me from all district facilities for 7 days for recording Mr. Matthews during a public school board meeting. Now, imagine me having to explain to my child that I can't attend their showcase because their superintendent is purposely keeping me out like the way they did during back to school night. In this letter, Tweedledee and Tweedledum were accusing me of being aggressive and creating a hostile environment. My family and I have been coming to these board meetings consistently for over a year. And unlike your employees who have gone in my kid's face, we have never acted in such a manner. I resent your accusations, and it is obvious that these civility letters are serving as a means of retaliation for continuously exposing your corrupt practices. This is how you treat the parents of this district? Your policy attempting to ban video recordings on public facilities are a violation of our constitutional rights. But more importantly, I want to say something very loud and clear. I will be permanently banned from all district facilities before I allow you guys to continue to get away with what you guys are doing. I said this before once, and I'll say it again. If you are willing to purposely cause harm to our kids, you don't deserve to be around them. Which brings me to my next point. I now want to talk about one of your employees who came in to make a public comment during the last board meeting at El Rancho High. The El Rancho High cheerleading coach, Missy Loscano. I'm glad she came in to shed light on the situation. However, she came in here trying to play the victim. But that's not how it works, ma'am. You can't confront a minor without the parent present, retaliate when called out, and then act like you're the victim. I also recently saw a video of her interaction with the parent of this district. ERUSD employees, your code of conduct does not only pertain to working hours. If you are a representative of this district, I urge you to act accordingly, even after you clock out. But seeing that your HR director, Mr. Matthews, doesn't hold employees accountable, why would you? Which brings me to my next point. Mr. Matthews has consistently over this last month ignored some of my emails. I followed up with him several times, and he finally replied today, 5 weeks later. Why? Because he knew there was a board meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo.
Belinda LaRoche. She's online, I believe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. This is Belinda LaRoche. As many of you may heard, I am stepping into retirement. This decision weighs heavily on my heart as I bid farewell to El Rancho Unified School District. I know my worth and my mental health and well-being must take precedence. I feel that I have not received fair treatment from my superiors. My professional journey has encountered numerous hurdles, including ineffective communication, unclear guidance, inconsistent decision-making, avoidance of conflict, and a general absence of recognition for employee accomplishments. Despite these challenges, I have remained devoted to my position and committed to supporting our students and the district's mission. In addition, I have been disappointed by the favoritism shown to some employees despite their wrongdoings. For instance, employees in the M&O department can select which work orders to tackle. If they don't favor you, they tend to postpone those work orders. The business department held a purchase order hostage for 6 months due to personal grievances, which has been difficult to witness. And your current CSA Chapter 107 president has shown a video of me without my consent trying to damage my reputation, and I urge HR to investigate this misconduct. This situation has been demoralizing, especially since this individual is often shielded despite his misconduct. Also, it is disheartening that a district committee cannot select an employee of the year by simply reviewing the nomination forms. Resorting to randomly drawing winners from a hat is nonsensical. I believe the Board of Education is aware of the number of employees who have departed due to the current administration. It is crucial to recognize that the district requires dependable, trustworthy, and consistent leadership, someone who can collaborate effectively rather than engage in micromanagement. Many employees have expressed their distrust in the current administration and would rather distance themselves from them. As someone who stands up for both myself and others, I often find that when I express my concerns, I am labeled as a complainer and my perspectives are dismissed. Yet some individuals appreciate me for saying what has to be said. Despite these obstacles, I am grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with so many talented and dedicated colleagues over my 30-plus years here. I will always cherish the connections I've made within the district. I would like to congratulate the superintendent on being recognized as a superintendent to watch. I take pride in having contributed to your success, and I believe this acknowledgement serves as a fitting end to my time here. In closing, I am not merely bidding farewell to a job. I am closing a significant book in my life. I'm looking forward to pursuing new passions, spending time with loved ones, and continuing to learn and grow. I'm excited to see what the future holds for me. Thank you once again, and a special thank you to you, John and Esther, for your support, and I wish you all a wonderful evening.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Rosh.
And that concludes our public comment for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. On to item number 12, Labor Association reports.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas and Arancho School Board. First of all, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Matthews, his willingness to hear both sides of an issue and address them promptly has prevented us from having serious issues since he's been back. As you all know, the previous person cost us money, cost us time, and a lot of anguish. So I'm very grateful at this time as I work with Mr. Matthews, and I just want to say thank you. I know my colleagues and my members have addressed the issue of the SLPs. Again, we ask you to seriously, let's put an end to this. This has been going on too long. We have proven to the district that the certification that our SLPs have is equivalent to what we do with the other groups. On the issue of the reimbursement of ERT's president, I just have to remind you that when I left the classroom 7 years ago, the person that replaced me was step 1, column 1. It was a savings to the district when I left the classroom. My membership pays for my salary. And then also, so I want you to reflect on that. We have, through the years, this year is our 50th anniversary as a union, and I can honestly say that this union has helped this district in so many capacities. And the revolving door of leadership has been detrimental to the morale of our members, but we still stick around to help this district. And it was really insulting that when the district countered our proposal, that they would only give us a discount of $25,000 for 2 years. I get angry. They all know, sometimes I get all crazy, but I was really more hurt when I saw that proposal presented to our team. Because ERT has given its heart and soul to this district, and especially to this community. This is not breaking the bank. because you are saving. You are saving on not having me in the classroom at this time. Do you understand that? You are saving money. You would have had to pay my salary if I wasn't the president, but now that I'm out of the classroom, you're saving on my salary. But at the cost of ERT. As you all know, a certain individual just left. That certain individual has been attacking my members for almost a year and a half. It hasn't been a year, it's been longer than that. But we felt we had an obligation to protect our members, which should have been your obligation, Dr. Villegas. And you can't say that we haven't asked you for help. So all we're asking is to pay it forward our way of accepting our proposal of step one, column one. And it's really interesting because I was thinking about what we've done, what our role is in history. And I was at the Bernie and AOC rally, and one of the presenters said, "Be on the right side of history." Because what that means is your actions will determine how we treat people, what we fight for justice, and how are people going to view us later on based on our actions. So I changed the phrase and I said, be on the right side of ERT, because we have shown that we care about Pico Rivera, that we care about the students of Pico Rivera, that we care for the members of ERUSD, that we care for CSEA. I know for a fact, as long as I've been the president and leading these wonderful members, that I've made it my mission that we're going to go down fighting, which we are, but it might be at the expense of the demise of ERT. And I want you to really reflect that. And I haven't, and ERT hasn't in over 40 or 50 years asked anything from the district. You've asked us, you have given us a pay raises, I'll grant you that. But it's been on the backs of our employees when you guys didn't know how to budget. And I don't say it was you in particular, but the leadership in the past. But at the end of the day, it comes back to you because you guys are here. So when we go back on May 7th, we sincerely hope that the superintendent, Dr. Villegas, will be on the right side of ERT. Thank you for your time and your consideration. So that was my speech on bargaining, and now I got to go to the other stuff. I just want to say that it's really interesting. This time is a period of reflection with Ramadan, Easter, and Passover. And I really hope that the district really reflects, Dr. Villegas, of what we've done for you for 3 years. We've helped you. And we've been helping you with the issue with the families that just left. And lastly, I want to just shout out to the elementary staff as they've been preparing for open house. I've been visiting some of the classrooms, and they're amazing. What our teachers have been doing and our staff, our aides, our custodial staff, our secretaries in preparation of open house. And I can't tell you how proud I am to represent these individuals. Yeah, so thank you. So please visit the classrooms, show some love for our employees this week, because I know that usually we have a good turnout with our elementary people, but they're busy trying to get ready for our parents. And thank you.
Thank you. There's no representatives tonight from the other unions? No. Okay. So we're going to move on to item 13, information items. Item A, presentation. Can you please come up? Can you please come up to the podium so that Yeah, but we're gonna transition into that, so that's fine. We're gonna go on to the presentation of Rancho Unified School District 2023-2024 audit of bond measure ER, measure EE, and measure A.
Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Villegas, Cabinet, and community. I'd like to introduce Ms. Monique Monso from Christie White Auditors. She's here to present the bond audit results. And also I'd like to introduce Lillian Huttenberg, our fiscal director, who is also has worked very diligently with Christie White Auditors for the results of this bond audit.
All right, good evening all. As Gio mentioned, my name is Monique Manzo. I'm with Christie White, and I'm here to present the financial and performance audit related to Measure A, EE, and ER bond building funds. So the reports really focus on two components, like I mentioned, the financial audit and the performance audit. The objective of the financial audit is to determine whether the bond building fund financial statements have been fairly presented and free from material misstatement as of June 30th, 2024. And just to know, we are opining on Measure A, EE, and ER bond building funds only. So this is your Fund 21. These reports don't encompass other governmental funds since those are covered within the district's financial audit.
So our financial procedures are focused on substantive procedures or testing. So what does that mean? We're looking at your year-end balances and we're confirming those balances as of June 30th, 2024. We're looking at cash and the ending balance there. We're reviewing the county treasury confirmations and verifying accuracy and completeness. Accounts payable, we're confirming accrued invoice amounts. We are also testing year-end cutoff to make sure that there wasn't any unrecorded liabilities, making sure, all liabilities were recorded as of June 30th. We also look at revenues and expenditures. So with revenue, we typically see interest revenue or interest earned. We also examine official statements for any new bond issuances to make sure that those are correctly reported. With expenditures, we're performing analytics and we examine a sample of expenditures for allowability. Interfund activities, here we're reviewing any transfers between any sub-funds or measures or any other governmental funds to ensure allowability for those transfers. So overall, our opinion over the district's bond building fund financials is unmodified. And if you remember from last presentation, unmodified is the best opinion that we can give you. So congratulations on that. And this is found on page 2 of each of those audit reports. You'll see in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. So diving into the performance piece of the audit, our objective here is to ensure that the funds are properly expended for the purposes outlined in each ballot measure. And here we're performing audit steps within or outlined within Appendix A of that K-12 state audit guide. And diving into those performance audit procedures, we're looking at expenditures like I mentioned. So here we're selecting a representative sample of expenditures for each bond measure and testing them for validity, allowability, and accuracy. So here in this slide, you can see the coverage we tested by fund. So measure A, we tested 89% of non-personnel fund expenditures. There were no personnel expenditures there, so we didn't have to select anything. Measure EE is 33% of non-personnel expenditures. Again, no personnel with measure EE. For measure R, we tested 43% of non-personnel expenditures and we reviewed salaries 2 of 5 employees to make sure that those were allowable. And jumping into the performance procedures over bids and change orders, we selected a sample of 3 bids that were awarded and related to the El Rancho Sports Field Stadium and Pool Replacement Project. So based on our review of bid documentation and overall expenditures and projects by vendor, we didn't indicate any instances of potential indications of bid splitting there. And regarding the performance piece, we issued an unmodified opinion as well. So best opinion you can receive. And that's outlined on page 13 of each of those audit reports. So finally, within that schedule of findings and recommendations, we did report one finding related to internal controls over the financial statement preparation. This was a prior year audit finding. And overall, the building fund itself, Fund 21, was materially stated as I presented last time. However, when we dug a little deeper into the measures, we did find that there were some adjustments that needed to be done to some accounts to really true them up and make sure that items were allocated properly to each measure. So because that was a prior year finding, that carries over into the 23-24 audit. And really our recommendation there is just kind of receiving training on, the closing entries regarding each bond measure. Again, Fund 21
was fine. It was just on the measure level. And that concludes my presentation. So like Gio mentioned, I want to thank Lily and her team for really working hard on getting these bond reports out. Like there's 3 measures. So thank you again. If there's any questions.
Ms. Monzo, thank you. Ms. Sundberg and Ms. Padilla, thank you for also taking part in this presentation. I'm going to open up to the board here, starting with my left here, Ms. Perez.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for, it feels good. It feels good and it sounds good to know that we have stadium opening on Monday and that we're good, that the audit is good. So thank you, Ms. Hundenberg. Thank you, Ms. Padilla. I know. I mean, I don't know firsthand, but I'm sure it's a lot of work. So thank you for your team, and thank you, Ms. White, for welcoming us today.
Mr. Vedra?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your work. I just have one question. For all 3 measures, we found there was insufficient training recommendation, and those were noted as prior years. So what are we doing what training has gone on, or what's going to be different so that you guys don't get that finding again?
Keeping staff. We had the turnover. And what it is LACO, because Fund 21 is a fund all within itself, they post the interest income that is earned for Fund 21 specifically to resource zeros. Well, El Rancho, with each measure, we changed the period to that fiscal year in which it was issued. So even though LACO had posted the interest accurately to Fund 21, we need to go back and then reconcile it within its resource code. So we do have someone or 2 individuals fully trained on how to continue with that quarterly. We get the interest reports, or we can download them from LACO and post that entry each quarter. That is our goal. That is our plan.
And if I may add as well, Ms. Huttenberg's mentioned keeping staff. So we are fully staffed. Thank you to Human Resources for the diligent work in finding qualified individuals. And we've developed standard operating procedures for each desk. We have done cross-training. Whenever there is an opportunity to learn more about construction accounting, we make sure that those people are able to participate. We have an accounting and budget analyst that has been with our district for approximately 3 years, I believe. Going on 3 years, and she was a diamond in the rough. She's stepping up and she's learning more and more. So we're building our staff and providing the opportunities to train them.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia?
I have the same question as far as what we were going to be doing differently to avoid those types of findings. As far as the audit goes, I know that you have until March to get it out, right? But is there any way to get it sooner if possible? And the only reason I ask this is because we do have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee that does a report, and right now they're behind. They're behind. They were behind when I was on the CBOC because of audits and so on, right? So I think my ask would be if it could be done sooner, and just also assurances that the reports went out to the CBOC at the same time as mandated by ECOC, that it should be gone. It should be shared at the same time that the board receives it. So I'd like to know that as well. And then can you remind me which positions are being funded by one of the Measure ER as far as for administration?
Project manager and department secretary. And I believe that was it. And I think the reason why there was more, because of the transition, we had 2 department secretaries. One of them went out on maternity leave.
Thank you for the clarification. Those are my own questions.
Thank you. Trustee LaFarga?
Thank you for the presentation. Same question, and thank you for answering it regarding the finding. It's always great to have a clean audit. So thank you very much for all the hard work. Appreciate it.
Again, great presentation. It truly gives the board great comfort knowing that we have some good people that are auditing and making sure that, you know, the money's being spent and it's being spent where it needs to be, So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, information items. No, I'm sorry. Item number 14, discussion. Item A, discussion on heat mitigation plan.
And so that's been a request, just kind of to the board and have a little bit of a discussion of where we are with the heat mitigation. And certainly it hasn't been something that we have a plan specifically, but it's something that's built into, for example, the facilities master plan. So the facilities master plans has many throughout the plan. What are the long-term plans for let's say the asphalt or the trees or that pieces. So I wanted to just provide an opportunity for us to have a conversation for a few minutes to see what the board would like to see. One of the things that I talked about with the team was, do we want to isolate and move it out from the facilities master plan and say this is specifically what it would take, so that everyone can kind of get a good sense of the various things that we hope to accomplish in the next 4 years related to heat mitigation. But it is part of what we are looking at in general with any type of construction happening or upgrades that are happening. It is part of the landscape of what we're trying to do. Even in the out here, there's a lot of plants, a lot of trees that are being planted. They're looking for different options, even as it related to the mini pitch. Different types of not the asphalt in those certain areas, and there's trees in the particular area. So again, I wanted to just have an opportunity for the board to talk for a few minutes about this, and that way we can make sure we jot down the questions and are able to respond.
So I'm going to open it up to the board and start over here on my left with Trustee Perez.
Sorry. I think my only comment, I know when we did the walkthrough with Ms. Padilla at North Park, I think it was last year, I believe. One of the comments was the windows, right, for classrooms. Like maybe right now we can't afford the new AC for every class, but maybe looking at looking at the windows of maybe, I don't know off the top of my head, but some type of coverage that can keep the rooms cooler. I know there's, laws in place that we can't do so much, but that's one thing that maybe we can look into if we already have it. And then the other thing, just because it's it just left such a memory when I was running for board to get classified, we were at the Salazar cafeteria and it was so hot, like unbearable. And I just kept thinking, I couldn't even focus because I just kept thinking about the students and just thinking like, oh my God, when it's lunchtime and everyone's here, like how are they here? But for me, that's all my comments. I'll probably come back because I'm still wrapping my head around it.
Trustee Saavedra.
I echo what you're saying about Salazar. We went to a early learning program at McGee, and I know that the elementary schools are being worked on, but just as far as looking at it from the students that are sitting there's point of view, right? You don't want to be in a hot cafeteria. You don't want to be in a hot gym when kids need to get shuffled around or it's a rainy day. And I understand we're working on it, but I feel like that if we could pull this from the facilities master plan and just look at it on its own, assess the priorities and the needs that need the most attention and work from there. And like you're saying, think of creative ideas, awnings over the windows. We have some very bright people here that work in our facilities that can come up with other ideas, more landscaping, work with companies and organizations like Amigos de los Rios that will partner up and provide the trees and just extra stuff. And again, like we're just thinking about it right now, right? So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia.
Thank you. I would suggest that we do assess how many trees we have in the district, like maybe do a tree inventory to see how many we currently have. You could do it. There's how do you call it, drones, where you're laughing like cat.
It's funny, because I was having a conversation with an arborist just the other day, and we were talking exactly about that. about a tree inventory.
Okay,
Yeah,
roading.
yes.
Okay, so that's one. Also, how much asphalt do we have in the district? Measuring that as well. I know that, we're making some strides at Rio Vista, thanks to Amigo de los Rios, because they've cut some of that asphalt out. So just, knowing where we're at, because that contributes a lot to heat island effects. Same thing with grass. How much grass do we have? Like, so again, assessing what we currently have. Also, trying to see if we could do more rain gardens. That's very helpful as well. And also consider looking into living walls. So when you do the living walls and when you plant up, that also cools the buildings down as well. And I've suggested this before as well, as far as what are the alternatives to asphalt? What can we do besides that? I know that it might be costly, but we need to start somewhere and not continue to do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, trees would give us a lot of shade, but I know that they take a while to grow. So in the meantime, also possibly see if there's any locations where you could do the sales instead, something that's not DSA, that doesn't require DSA approval, but if there's any opportunities to have those type of sales in certain locations, I think that would be a good idea. That's it. Thank you.
Trustee LaFarga?
There's nothing else to say because I think it's been covered. No, hold on.
Reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming my time. No, I mean, we're echoing. I mean, this is very important for our students primarily and their safety and their well-being, and our staff. I mean, it's very necessary. And so this is the development and implementation, or do we have a framework around this already?
Well, the best we have is in part of the facilities master plan,
Yeah.
it's included within that, and that's kind of a long-term plan as we are upgrading the facilities with the various conditions for this type of situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if we can accelerate this piece, because I think it's critically important. We hear a lot from the community about not enough shade, the heat, and I think it's almost a sense of urgency with what we experience, on really hot days for our students. So I echo and support all the comments made by my colleagues.
I also want to agree, especially with the comments made by Trustee Mejia as far as getting an assessment. We first of all need to get an assessment of what we have before we go out and see what we need as far as trees, what trees need to be, we have some older trees that may need to be taken down. And I know we've been planting newer trees, and you're right, they do take a while to grow. So while that, growth is there, then getting shade, there's shade cloth that's available, and there's the triangles, as you mentioned, the sails that are available. And there's also been mentioned here at this school, I miss it hurts me when every time I walk through the quad and not see the trees that used to be here. And I know, just like at McGee, the huge eucalyptus trees that used to line the outer edges of the school. They have to at one point because of age, they're falling down, they're falling over, it could cause damage and harm. But at the same time, make sure we're replanting for every tree that we knock down. We replant, and so I do agree. We do need an assessment of all the schools in our district, including the offices as well. Do we have the proper amount of shade and trees planted? Not only that, but once they do get planted, like for example, you did make mention of our sports facilities. In going to the other schools in our area, whether it be for competitions or whatnot or other events, I do see that a lot of these newly planted or newer facilities, because kids love to make new pathways, so we need to make sure that we take care of what's being put there, as far as whether it be miniature fencing, small barricades or whatnot, so that we make sure that these small plants, small trees do have the opportunity to grow and get bigger. So that's something we also want to make sure that we protect our assets once we do get them in the ground. So, and I know Trustee Saavedra has something else to add.
I just wanted to say that if we are gonna do, you know, drone overhead to look over the sites and kind of look at that way, to urge you to use the Boys and Girls Club and their new drone program, because one day they'll look back and they'll say we helped with the framework to this plan, that all these trees that got planted were because we helped out, and that just creates such a sense of empowerment for our students belonging to the community. This is their community ultimately. So
Thank you. Great point. Yes, go ahead. Right before you do, I know we're at the 9:30 mark, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a vote to extend the meeting, and I'm gonna say 11:30, just because we have some more stuff going on. So, Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra,
yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So I'm sorry, you can.
No, it's okay. One quick thing I wanted to make. So the way I think of it with the heat mitigation plan, it's the outside and the indoor, right? For me, the students spend majority of the time indoors, and I could see how the outside also affects it, right? Like if you have a house and the tree is there, then it's going to be cooler. So I get that part. But I would love to see like short term, what are the options? What are the creative things that we can do for both in the classroom and outside of the classrooms? Because I'm hearing a lot of like outdoor, which is I agree completely. But I also like being in some of these classrooms, it's hot, and that's where our kids spend majority of their day. And so that's why I was bringing up the windows, because I know you mentioned that, Ms. Batia, like, you know, some of these windows, it gets really hot. And so some teachers get creative with like shades, but then is that legal? And so just what else can we do in like inside and then also like the outside from the short term for now? Because I know we have the facilities master plan long term, but I'm curious to short term, what are some options that we can look into?
Thank you. Trustee Saavedra?
Last one. I was thinking I'm just sorry. District-wide science project. How do you keep your classroom cool? And you will have these students coming up with great ideas and showcasing their knowledge.
That's fun, yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Point of
Trustee
order,
Mejia?
we
Yes.
we need to do a motion in a second for the extension of,
Oh, and I
we
do
voted.
apologize. We did vote. I did not get a motion and a second. So I need a motion.
Motion. Second.
So motion by Mejia. Second by Saavedra. And I'm going to take a revote. Trustee Perez, Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. And that's for extension to 11:30. So with that being said, I'm sure we have a lot of good ideas and direction. Did you want to add anything?
No, I think those are great, and what we will do is we'll reconvene. I think we'll look at facilities master plan, take some of these ideas. I would really love that idea of having that question, putting it out there as a challenge to students. How do you keep your classroom cool? And I think that could be a really nice project, and we can come up with some plans, and we can look at some short-term pieces that we're doing. And certainly we've done a lot of things as it relates to just HVAC and different things, but how can we make that more efficient and effective? And so we'll make sure to bring that back, and then as an ongoing conversation piece.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
I would also like to acknowledge David Compton, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, and Luis Torres, our Facilities Project Manager, who have gone to see other school districts and have received some additional training to prepare for this. And many of these several opportunities were prompted from members of the board. And the fact that we do have to do the prioritization of our facilities master plan. So, and our goal to accomplish that, we had said July as the potential date of bringing that to you in possibly a special board meeting. So we will follow up. They are here. I just wanted to acknowledge their hard work in dealing with the different challenges, as well as they're hearing it firsthand. So they're not having to hear it through a recording. And I will meet with my team and we will do some brainstorming and follow up. I took copious notes as well.
Thank you so much. And of course, we know that we're in good hands with them too, being on board as well. So we acknowledge your presence and the work that you've been doing throughout the district. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to public hearing, item number 15, item A, public hearing on Rancho Unified School District's proposed items for negotiations with El Rancho Administrators and Supervisors Association for the 2024-2025 school year. I'm gonna go ahead and give that a start time of 9:35. Do we have anybody with comments or speaking on that, Superintendent?
No, there's no comments on that one.
Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close the public meeting at 9:36. Moving on to item B, public hearing on Rancho Administrators and Supervisors Association proposed items for negotiations with El Rancho Unified School District for the 2024-2025 school year. I'm going to go ahead and give that a start time of 9:36. We have any speakers on?
No, none.
Oops. Hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close the meeting at 9:36. Moving on, item number C, item C, public hearing on Rancho Unified School District's proposed items for negotiations with El Rancho Federation of Teachers for the 2024-2025 school year. Go ahead and give that a start time, 9:37. Any speakers for that?
No speakers for this either.
Hearing none, go ahead and close the public hearing, end time of 9:37 as well. Moving on to item 16, comments and reports by Superintendent and Cabinet.
Well, so much, and we'll make it short here. Really, just want to say I'm really proud of our school district right now. There's so many great things that are happening, and every meeting we say that, and it's just a testament of the activity and the richness that happens here. Even tonight, we heard so many students being acknowledged, with great grades and athletes, and the academic decathlon doing so well. I mean, that's not something to take lightly. So really proud of our just our students and our staff that's making this happen. One of the things, and Jasmine, she's going to talk about the Parent Summit a little bit, I think, because there was a great event going on. But let me just go through a couple other things. Student advisory. So we've gone through a year of this year's come to a close, and we culminated that activity at Whittier College. So I took the students with the two high school principals to Whittier College, and we had some activities in the room. We had a tour of the college, and we were able to culminate our leadership experience. And it was just a really great time with our team, and really happy to have been part of this group. Just want to recognize Bernie with their distinction of California Distinguished School. And it's been a long time since we have gotten a California Distinguished School honor. And so we really want to recognize that we have a plan of a number of different things we want to be able to do to celebrate the student, staff, and the community to, acknowledge this huge accomplishment. Looking ahead, I do want to know, I know we have a health fair in combination with the Chamber of Commerce, and there's also going to be, we're bringing back the 5K. So anyone that's listening out there, if you're a runner or a walker, even with the walker, a runner with a walker, any of the above, we invite you to come out, support, be there, run, walk. It's going to be a really fun time, May 17th. So we're planning that. It's out, and we have a lot of people who have voiced an interest, but we don't have a lot of people that have yet signed up. So we're excited about looking ahead. And the clock is now ticking. I don't know, maybe there's about 85 hours or so before the grand opening. I think it's a little more than that, but we are super excited about that to come. It's going to be just a huge event, and the fields are looking fantastic. And so again, thank you to the team that's making that happen. And so Jasmine.
Good evening. So this past Saturday, we held our third annual Parent Summit. We had an incredible keynote speaker, Rafael Agustin, who's the writer of the claim series Jane the Virgin, and also wrote a best-selling comedic memoir, Illegally Yours, I believe. you received a copy. We also provided a great lineup of workshops that we believe were very beneficial to our parents. Our topics included transitions, how to support your child from elementary to middle school and from middle school to high school, how to support your child if they're an English learner, parent engagement involvement with a specific focus on middle school and North Park in particular. Also, Mr. Ponciano put up her presentation together on technology for our parents. Tutor.com, Aries, Google Classroom. And one of our most popular sessions was healthy teen development with a focus on our special ed population. How do you talk to your child about puberty and those uncomfortable changes? We actually had, I think, probably 80% of our parents attend that. In addition, we had great performances from our ERHS Dancing Dons. I think this was their second performance, and they were great. And also South Ranchito Dual Language Academy Folklorico, we had, I would say, something where over 100 parents show up and family members to watch them perform. So I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff that supported. We're putting the event together, and thank you to all our parents who attended.
Awesome. Oh, and one thing, we are looking at maybe changing the time frame of the Parent Summit. I think we know that we've been looking at it as a culminating kind of event as it comes to close of the year. But some of the feedback we're getting is, we get this at the beginning of the school year. People are excited about learning what to do for the school year, and maybe we might be seeing another Parent Summit sooner than a year from now, so that we can satisfy that need. Any other comments from anyone else that need to be said? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. So moving on to item number 17, Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. I'm going to start over here to my left with Trustee Perez.
Good evening. Yeah, I mean, echoing what Dr. Villegas and Mrs. Chavez said, congrats to Bernie. That is huge. Distinguished school. And when you look, we're out of the surrounding area, we're one of very few schools. So that's huge, huge, huge. So congrats again to Bernie. The May 17th, I already told my friends it's, they're alums. And so if you're an alum, this is a way to give back, right? I'm going to walk, I can't run. So it's a way to give back. This money goes back to the students. So make sure May 17th, the 5K. I want to give a huge congrats to Salzar and to the tech team that set up the esports. I know at the last meeting we had the presentation and the fact that's already set up. I'm so excited to see the kids work on that. So thank you for them to work getting that done. The other thing that I attended was the NPR groundbreaking event. Huge success, and it was so fun just to see everything and how it's going, and everyone's excited. And a huge thank you to Ms. Padilla and her staff. The cafeteria setup, like the interim cafeteria setup, excuse me. Wow. The details and just the way it's already flowing. Thank you for having that in place and making sure the kids don't get that, it's going to be hard with the construction. So just making sure they're prioritizing that. I'm losing my voice. I also attended the schools to watch North Park celebration, which was awesome with the mariachi, with the senator, and it was such a great event to see the kids really own it and know that they're the reason that they got the award. It's and the staff, but really it's the kids. And so to them, I just saw a sense of pride, which is huge for North Park. So congrats to them. I'm looking forward to back to school nights tomorrow. I probably won't be able for Thursday, but just a huge to the teachers. I know it takes a lot of time and months of preparation, getting the kids coordinated. So I'm just excited for that. And then the last thing from the AI task force, we had a meeting, I believe, a week or two ago. There's a bill called AB 222. And what they're trying to do is require more transparency with AI. So if any developer is training an AI model or an algorithm, they're trying to get them to require them to let us know. I don't know if it's from the state level or national. You need to look that up. But we had I believe she was an assemblywoman that came talk to us about this bill and how they're trying to push for more transparency with AI. Because I know that's one of the things that we worry about, data and student privacy. And so they're also looking into making sure that if you are training an AI model, how much energy are you using, right? And so that's one thing that they're also becoming transparent on. And then, yeah, that is all. I'm excited for Monday. Finally, after so many years of hearing, where's the stadium? Where's the stadium? Like, finally, people are recognizing it. Everyone's telling me, like, oh, I drove by Passons and I saw the pool. I'm like, yeah, like, I think they finally get it. So thank you to everyone here, this community, the recall community who made that possible. Dr. Vegas, Ms. Padilla, all your team. So thank you. We're so excited for Monday. I'll see you then.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra.
Good evening, everyone. I want to apologize. I didn't make the groundbreaking. I was slightly ill at the end of March, but it looked like it was a great event. I was able to go to North Park and a couple of other events. I want to shout out the early learning program. If you don't know what that is, definitely check it out. Their mommy and me classes almost make me want to be a mom again. But my kids are full grown, so I I have a lot to say, like always, right? I'm trying to cut it short. It is Autism Awareness Month. So the El Rancho police are selling these buttons. They're selling them for $10. So the first 5 people that go by and buy one at the El Rancho School Police, I have paid for 5 patches. So you'll get a free patch if you go down there and buy one. I want to say congratulations to Band Color Guard, won second place, silver medal, WGASC. Do not ask me what that stands for, but it's an awesome, awesome accomplishment. Percussion in April, they won first place at their last competition. You know, the decathlon was here. All these kids, I love seeing them terribly get all these acknowledgments because they deserve it. And all the parents that are out there pushing hard for their kids, you guys deserve it as well. Older brothers and sisters, everybody. I wanted to just end my time here with saying that you know, April is Autism Awareness Month. So I'm gonna share this that I saw online. It said, don't just be aware, be accepting, be inclusive, be proud, be accommodating, be a friend, be a helper, be a listener, be an employer, be supportive, be loving, and be a resource. Because every time you share information, you're making a more accepting world. And I apologize, my son does have autism. So that's one of the reasons that I decided to run for board, because I believe 100% in inclusion and inclusivity. So every time you share a little bit, it makes acceptance go a long way. So I'm really thankful that this was changed from autism awareness to autism acceptance. And thank you all and have a good night. See you on Monday.
Trustee Mejia?
How do you follow that? Thank you for the beautiful message, Trustee Saavedra, and raising awareness. So it's been stated, there's so many wonderful events that the district has had. The district band night was great. I'm hoping that that's an annual event going forward. Just seeing everyone performing together, music to my ears. I had the opportunity to visit only one middle school up at the open house, but it was time well spent because Mr. Garcia's video production class is amazing. I was very, very impressed with the students, with the quality of their work. And also Ms. Valenzuela's dual language art class. She had beautiful art display the students' work, and she also had a walking book, which is pretty neat. You know, you walk down the hall and you have a bilingual book and you're reading the story as you're walking down to the library. So I thought that was really neat. I've heard of those, but seeing it in action was wonderful. I do want to say congratulations to our facilities team for the NPR groundbreaking. Also to you, Dr. Villegas. It was good to see the cafeteria set up. Kudos to Ms. Saavedra for that. I also attended the story time with the early learning program. I just want to say kudos to Ms. Patty Cortez for her wonderful performance as Pete the Cat. I attended the Pico Rivera Chamber of Commerce Women's Empowerment Luncheon, and I'm hoping that next year we're able to send some of our girls over to that. The speakers were amazing, and I know that our students would have gotten a lot out of that. You know, just the role models that were there, including our council woman, Dr. Sanchez. She was great. Congrats on your third parent summit. I was only able to hear the keynote speaker. I was really bummed that I didn't get to stay for the sessions, but I'm glad to see that It was well attended, and as I was going into the school, there was parents outside, and they were really excited and happy. And there was, you know, couples. You know, it was a mom and dad. I really liked that they were both there and took a picture of them. Dr. Villegas, you need to post it because I told them that it was going to be posted.
It will be
They
actually
said,
phase two.
"Put it in the internet. See,
It's going to be on tomorrow.
thank you so much. I also had the privilege of participating with the California Senate Committee for Local Government chaired by Senator Maria Elena Durazo. She had a special meeting on strengthening community voices in local government meetings, and my contribution as a school board member was to share the challenges that we've had. So that was something that was good, and some things that I also learned from other people that were there. The challenges that I kind of shared was striking a balance between getting the work done while providing an opportunity for meaningful input to those served by the district. Better alignment between different teleconferencing rules because things change, right? I think right now we could only do 2 meetings, especially since we moved to only 1 meeting a month. You could only do 2 teleconferences per year. So that's, again, it's very fluid. I want to say congratulations to Eric Cortez and Jaden Ramos, National Football Foundation Scholar Athletes. So proud of them. Also, kudos to the color guard placing first at the Arcadia competition last month. Public service announcement, WRD Groundwater will have their festival on May 3rd in Lakewood, and that's where they announce winners for their calendar competition. I'm hoping some of our students entered, but if they didn't, that's okay. It's an annual event, but there's so many activities for families, and it's free. You know, art, you're able to explore careers as well. So it's a really neat event. The LA Book Festival will be held on April 26th and 27th. So that's something that I encourage. Amanda Gordon's going to be there. So if you can go, I'm going to try to get a ticket to see her. Lastly, I would like to close in memory of Ms. Mary Eva Gomez, who passed away, a very beloved board member. So if we could close in her memory, I would appreciate it. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee LaFarga.
Thank you. So how about a challenge for May 17th for the board that we at least do a half mile together? Walking. So, and those of you that want to walk the rest, let's do it. What do you think? If you're all available,
Half a mile is perfect.
Yeah. Or just walking, brother.
That's perfect.
About 20 yards and I'll race you.
How about we just start it together?
We'll start
and then we
together.
all, whoever.
There you go. Yeah.
So my daughter said we're going, so
Okay,
I
so
gotta
you're
go.
going.
I gotta go. And she challenged me and mom, so
I will be there. For sure.
all right, all right. Echoing the comment around bad night. What was amazing to me, it's the level of support that the kids had for each school. It wasn't a competition. It was like it could easily turn to one, right? Because kids they have that little fire, but I just saw the camaraderie, like from one musician to another, the clapping, the respect, because they're out there, they're in different levels. Some of the middle was, I mean, the sound of the high school band was amazing. It's like Hollywood Bow-ish kind of performance. If you've been to the Hollywood Bowl and you've listened to the symphony, it's you know what good sounds like, and you're like, man, these guys belong on stage. They were awesome, and I do agree we should do it on an annual basis because the programs are growing. I participated in the every 15 minutes event on the first day of the event on the crash site, and certainly a very sobering experience. Having kids that are of driving age and are the target group for the important message around being responsible. You okay? I know it's coming this way too. It's a really, I mean, it's sobering, and you walk away with it, with the safety of all your kids in mind and everybody else's kids. But I also got to connect with our mental health staff and talk to them and the important work that they're doing. And some of them I think are relatively new, but they're connecting with our kids. They're adding value and they're supporting. And I just every time I talk to any of them, they're just there to help. So I I think we're hiring an additional mental health. Is that an addition net gains position, or are we replacing somebody?
No, there's an additional position that is being added.
That's being added, and that's wonderful.
Yeah, the additional position is to help support some of the requirements from the MH demonstration grant.
Yeah,
So it's not unfortunately a permanent position, but we are hiring an additional.
but it's more support. It's funding,
Correct.
which is great, So thank you for adding some additional support for our students. I also participated in the Rivera Elementary Reading Day. In the morning, I went to Mr. Gayton's first grade class, which was a lot of fun, high energy. I read two pop-up books, and I think I was more tired after I read to them than anything else. They were so cute. They're high energy, right? So it was a lot of fun to have participated. Congratulations on the Parent Summit to the team, the planning. From what I remember, this being the third time I attended the opening session, I saw new faces, which is like, okay, I think I told you, I said, I think I see new faces, right? And we met a mom coming in with her stroller she was so excited to be there. April, was it April? And her baby, and she goes, "This is a future Don right here." She goes, "I'm all in. I bought a house here." And she was super excited. So it was just, I mean, to start off like that, with a parent that's just so bought into our district and supportive, just super excited. And the whole morning session was great. So thank you for putting all that together. I also attended the NPR groundbreaking, which was, we're off and running. So thank you to our facilities team and for the great work. And we're all anticipating, right, the end result. I'm going to just tie this comment into our grand opening on Monday, which I can't believe it's already here. About 3-4 weeks ago, I attended a play summit, and I was on a panel, and our panel was focused primarily around the lack of access and the challenges that Latinas have in playing sports. Demographic wise, they're the lowest population that plays sports. And I think we have a really unique opportunity with our new facilities to elevate participation of of course, of all our kids, but the Latina demographic. I mean, we're going to have it all. And so we got to encourage them. We got to create strategies of engagement. It's not just about PE, but everything else. So I think that's just a wonderful opportunity that we have to kind of shift that narrative and have, I mean, they have it all. They'll have access to everything, right? And that was part of what we were talking about, is like there is no access or no parent support to get them, or stereotypes and this and that, or self-consciousness about playing sports. But man, they're going to be able to pick and have the facilities they deserve. So, and that all our kids deserve. But just wanted to connect those two, because I think it's a great opportunity for us as a district to be a part of that solution. And with that concludes my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just adding on to the band night, the one thing that stuck to my head was that there was a song played by all four bands, I should say, because he had the three middle schools and then you had the El Rancho band. I believe it was called something Pico Rivera.
Yeah.
Something, right? Pico Rivera. Never heard of the song, never heard the song, and it is a beautiful song. So we really need to look into seeing about getting that song played more and more within our bands and also within our city as well, because it's a beautiful song. And I know there's a story behind it, right? There's a story behind it. So I'd love to hear that. Thank you to Mr. Rush and Mr. Kano, who are doing great things with the bands. Speaking of Mr. Kano, there is a fundraiser coming up with the Dons of Distinction. All funds are going to be going to the band program at Mi Hacienda. I don't remember the date. June 1st? It's just, no, that one got canceled. No, that one's canceled. There's a summer band going on, Mi Hacienda. It's perfect. I invite everybody to go out there. They're a great band. It's for a great cause. The every 15 minutes event. Also, thank you to our school police. I know they're here somewhere. They were a big help in making sure that program or that event took place, and also the administrative staff that helped get that program to event to take place. I saw a lot of student engagement and the message that was sent across about driving safely, especially during this time that our students are getting ready to graduate. It's very important. Rivera Elementary, the reading week. Also, I was able to join. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to read because when I got to the classroom I was going to read, which is a class of 91 teacher at Rivera Elementary, there was three El Rancho senior students who were reading and handing out autographs to the students that were in the classroom because the students there were just in awe. One of those students being my daughter, and a football, and I forget what the third student was, but they were just in awe because all the varsity jackets were on. They were reading to them, and it was. I think that the elder students got more out of the whole experience than the younger students did. So I encourage us to do that more, to get our seniors to go back, and then to go back to your old elementary school as a senior and say hello to the teachers or whatnot. I think it's a great event. So I encourage that more, even though I didn't get a chance to read. But it was great just seeing the interaction between student and student. Also, talking about Rivera Elementary, I was there for the NPR groundbreaking. I'm very excited for the four schools that are getting a little ahead of the actual process itself. So I'm looking forward to that, getting on its way and also getting taken care of. We do have the banner drop for the El Rancho cheer team this Friday, I believe, during school time. So it'll be for the students. Congratulations again to the cheer team. My apologies, my sincere personal apologies for not having the banner drop a lot sooner, because we're talking about 2 years of CIF national and state champions. So big congratulations again. Our Congresswoman Linda Sanchez is hosting a town hall this Saturday at the new gym from 9:30 to 10:30. There is a sign up if you want to attend. The sports facility groundbreaking obviously on Monday. Looking forward to that. And speaking of sports, was made mention as far as girls sports or lady sports, flag football. I'm looking forward to finally getting that off the ground and getting going. I enjoy ladies play sports with more passion, in my opinion, more passion, more determination, just more of everything, and then that's why I enjoy seeing them play more. So I'm looking forward to seeing that flag football getting started. And like I mentioned before, it is proven that ladies that are successful in sports are successful in life. So I'm looking forward to that, and all the other sports as well, and talk about bringing equity as well. And then finally, the coast to coast that we're going to be attending at the end of the month. I'm looking forward to going there and bringing back some very valuable information, and also advocating for our schools and for the community that we live in. And I also would like to second that we do close in memory of Ms. Eva Gomez. She was on the board when I was ASB president, and it is because of her that I give thank you cards or farewell cards to the leaving ASB president, because at that time she gave me one. I still have it, so it's because of her. So definitely we're going to close today. If it's okay with everybody else, to close in her memory. And that's all I have. Moving on to item 18, consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
Okay.
And do we have any? But those changes were made already, right? So we're good.
Yes.
There's nothing else that we need. We're good? Okay. With that being said, to take it to a vote?
Can I say a
Oh, yeah.
comment? And not now, but I do like that if they change it to Autism Acceptance Month in the future, we can use that verbiage because I love that when she said that. So no, it doesn't have to change for this one, but in the future we.
It is changed. It is changed. We,
Oh, okay, that's what I was asking. You know, there was a
yeah,
change, right?
we made
Okay,
that,
sorry.
that change.
That's what I was like. Wait, there. Okay, sorry.
Good.
Sorry.
So with that being said, Trustee Perez,
Yeah.
Trustee Saavedra, Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. That was. Sorry. New business action items. Item A, amend, adopt resolution number 35, 2024-2025, recognizing the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month. Motion?
Second.
Motion by Trustee Saavedra and second by Trustee Lafarga.
And Ms. Castaneda is just going to say a few words about
Yeah.
This particular resolution.
For sure.
Well, good evening. El Rancho Unified School District is proud to celebrate Autism Acceptance Month by recognizing and celebrating individuals with autism, continuing our commitment to celebrate differences throughout April and beyond. With the growing prevalence of autism spectrum disorder, it's essential that we continue to increase awareness, acceptance, and inclusion across all areas of life, especially within our schools. We recognize that autism is more than a diagnosis. It's an identity, community, and a lived experience that encompasses both challenges and triumphs. By formally acknowledging April as National Autism Acceptance Month, the El Rancho Unified School District reaffirms its commitment to creating an educational environment where every student, including those with autism, is valued, supported, and empowered to thrive. This resolution also serves to honor the dedicated educators, families, and community members who advocate for and uplift individuals with autism every day, creating pathways for neurodiversity inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. And because it's so dear to us, I'm going to have or ask to see if any of the trustees have want to make any comment before we take a vote. Trustee Perez,
No, I think she said it beautifully in her board update.
Trustee Saavedra, good. Trustee Mejia.
Yes, so part of the resolution, it states about encouraging schools to engage in activities and education opportunities. So just a quick question, like what supports or what resources do we share with schools so they can do these type of activities?
Often the teachers take the lead on that, and they've done some of the activities there. Specifically, I can't speak to that for this year exactly, but I will get an update for you on Friday.
Yeah, or if we can create like a database or something. Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Trustee LaFarga.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra, Trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Amendment passes or resolution passes 5-0. Number 2, adopt resolution number 36, 2024-2025, declaration of Rancho Unified School District as a safe and welcoming school district. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Go Mejia and Trustee. Correct. Was it Saavedra? Perez. Okay. And do we have?
And this, Mr. Cochran is actually going to speak
Yes,
to
sir.
this a little bit, but it is a resolution we've been talking about for some time, and really happy that we're able to bring this to the board for its consideration.
All right, thank you. A safe and welcoming school environment is the foundation for effective learning. When students feel secure, respected, and supported, they are more likely to engage in their education, participate in class, and build positive relationships with peers and staff. For students from immigrant or mixed status families, safety goes beyond physical security. It includes emotional well-being and the assurance their identity and presence are valued. Fear, discrimination, or uncertainty can significantly impact a student's ability to focus, attend school regularly, or succeed academically. Creating a school culture where every student feels seen, safe, and included promotes academic achievement and motivation, positive mental health and reduced anxiety, trust between families and schools, and a stronger, more inclusive school community. Simply put, students can't learn if they don't feel safe. Schools that actively welcome all students, regardless of immigration status, help ensure that every student and every child has a real opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. This resolution aims to reduce fear, support the mental well-being, and improve the academic engagement for the immigrant and mixed status families. By adopting this resolution, El Rancho Unified School District commits to fostering an educational environment that values equity, trust, and the dignity of every student.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up for opportunity for board members.
I'm just thank you for bringing this to work. 'Cause I know it's been a discussion, and I know in the news recently it talked about the Homeland. I was trying to the Homeland Security that approached two schools in LAUSD. So I think it's crucial, and I know we do, but just to reiterate to our schools secretaries at the office to make sure that they know exactly what to do if approached, and to make sure what's the protocol, which I'm sure they do. But I just want to make sure. So thank you again for bringing the resolution.
Thank you. Trustee Savage?
I just want to say, I know that we never know what a student is going through in their outside life or what is going on. And for some students, the highlight of their day and the safe space that they know is these four walls, their classroom, their school. So just I want to thank my colleagues here for bringing this forward, and just to let every student know that they're safe, and we keep that as our utmost priority every single day. And I hope that all the norms and protocols are being shared, and they're being shared all the way down to the bottom, every single office. Everybody knows what to do. Thank you.
Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments. I thank my colleagues. This is very personal for me. I was a newcomer, undocumented, and I know the fear. I know what kids went through. So happy to report that SB 48 and AB 49 are also moving through the committees, and hopefully our students would be have additional protections in place. Thank you.
Trustee LaFarga?
Echoing the same sentiments, I think it's important that our community knows that we passed this resolution. Do we have a plan to put it on our website, or how are we going to communicate this to ensure that
We were planning to put the information on the website. Actually, I was thinking of using some of the language that Mr. Cochran shared, and just kind of to summarize it and put that out there as part of the communication piece.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also something that's very dear and very personal to me as well. And I think, aside from putting the information on the website, maybe making some type of video or some type of something we can post on the website that's more personal, to make sure that our students understand that they should feel safe while they're at school, and they don't have to worry about the fear of someone from the outside coming in and wanting to inquire for whatever reasons. When they're on school premises, their only focus should be in learning. So thank you very much to my fellow colleagues for supporting this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and take it to a vote. With that being said, Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga?
Yes.
And myself, yes, as well. Motion passes 5-0. Going on to item B, Division of Business Services, acceptance of Measure A, General Obligation Bond Building Fund audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Open up for discussion.
Yeah. if I
Yes,
may.
Trustee Mejia.
Yeah, so Ms. Padilla, so the balance is 67,000 more or less left on the this is
Measure A.
Measure A.
Based on the audit at the time that it was done, that's correct.
And we should be able to, the reason I'm asking, because this is a 2003 bond. It's like, it's pretty old. And I know you make interest off of it, but at the same time, we want to be able to use it because, again, making sure that it gets used because it's too old.
Yes, I agree. And part of what Dr. Villegas and I have discussed is that with the special board meeting related to the facilities master plan and the prioritization of projects, we will have continue to provide a clear outline of what our balance and our expenditures are, and be able to identify what those priorities are and what actions we can recommend for your consideration in terms of doing another issuance.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hearing none, go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga.
Yes.
I myself, yes. Measure passes. 5-0. Item B2, acceptance of measure EE, general obligation bond, building fund audit report of fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Open it up for discussion. Yes, trustee Mejia.
So this one, the balance at 8.9 million. So with this one, we can use some of it for FF&E. Correct, because this is there's no restrictions on that. So I just wanted to see if any of that is encumbered, or is that something that we're going to be again once we do the you know what I mean?
The prioritization. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we have to look at how that is going to affect overall taxes. And so that would be part of the conversation when we review the facilities master plan. And then we can also invite our financial bond consultant, Mark Farrell from Gale Scott Company. So we can look at all those different scenarios to make use of those bond dollars, since I am going to be sticking around.
Great, thank you.
Great news. Okay, with that being said, go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. B3, acceptance of measure ER, general obligation bond building fund, audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Any motion?
So moved.
Second.
I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to our discussion. With none being heard, we're going to ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
trustee Mejia,
Yes.
trustee LaFarga,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. And approval, item 4, approval of asset management advisory 7-Eleven committee bylaws. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, Perez. Open up for discussion.
If I may.
Yes, trustee Mejia.
Okay, if we can go to item 6.3 on the bylaws. So 6.3 says all members must reside within the district boundaries. So there's teachers that are in the committee. There's a business person that's in the committee. Can we modify that so it states all members must be reside, work in, or own a business within the district boundaries? That way we don't eliminate some of our members.
Right. Yes.
That's my
Can you please repeat must reside?
Oh, so it right now the way it says must reside, comma, work in or own a business or operate a business or own a business within district boundaries. And legal counsel or someone else can do the wordsmithing there. But that's the intent.
That would be CR.
Yeah, because he operates or owns a business here.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good. So with that being said, with the changes made, we'll go ahead and take it to the vote. Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. Item 20, recommendations for future agenda items. Trustee Perez?
I don't have a question, but I just want to make sure that we're auditing the member request items that were must, as long as we're doing it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Trustee Saavedra? Okay. Trustee Mejia?
Yes, I have 4. One is presentation by the Rivera Middle School video production class. I think that this program would be a great candidate for the Golden Bell. So that's one of the reasons why I would like to. May I have a second?
I have a second, sure. My daughter in the part of it. There you go.
Thank you. The second one is an information item. If we can get an update on the Wellness Committee. May I have a second?
Second,
Okay, and then my third one is information item as well on the dyslexia screener. So I think per Ed Code 53008, we have to adopt a screening instrument by June 30th of 2025. So that's right around the
Second.
corner. If we can get information. Thank you. The last one is so the College Board announced two new AP courses, cybersecurity and business principles, personal finance. If we could explore the cybersecurity or
Second.
AP. Thank you. Those are it.
Thank you. Trustee LaFarga?
Now the information.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, information on the last one as well, right? Okay. Myself, I don't have anything as well. So with that being said, we're gonna go to item, oh, actually, no, we're gonna adjourn to closed session again.
Do we want to close now?
Oh, yes, so yeah, a moment of silence, please, for Miss Maria Eva Gomez. I'm gonna go ahead and just take a quick moment of silence in her memory and her service to not only our district, but our community. So she was a very well-known member of our community. Moment of silence, please. May she rest in peace. We're gonna go ahead and adjourn to closed session.